Hello. Okay, you've got me. Hello, hello. Welcome. If you don't know who I am, I'm Cam Wilson. I am a associate. Oh my god, I'm getting this raw feedback in my ear. May feel that. While I'm saying that, I'm an associate editor at Crikey. I think that the FOI system is actually quite useful. I use it all the time in my journalism, and I really like trying to share with people how I use it. And so when the government recently announced that it was going to do something to change to make it more restrictive, I was disappointed, and so I thought, hey, maybe we should try and take advantage of it while it still is in the current state that it is. Now, a lot of people do say that they're not huge fans of it, and insofar as they say that it's much weaker than it is in other places around the world, but and that may be true. Like I've had a lot of success using it for stories, and so I actually think it's a super underutilized part of journalism, part of advocacy. And so when the government proposed some restrictions to make it harder to use, I thought it was quite a bad idea. So that's what I'm going to do today. So hi everyone. I can see there's already some people who are here and in the chat, so welcome everyone. It's really nice to have you here. Let me see if I can. I've got a bit of black screen at the side. Yeah, that's a bit nicer, huh? So let me tell you what we're going to do. So a couple of weeks ago, I wrote something calling out for people's ideas about what information they wanted to get from the government, and I said that I would turn those into FOIs. The magic of FOI is that it is a system that can be quite good at getting information from the government, but you kind of need to know what you're asking for. And so in that way, it's quite opaque. But I thought, hey, I'm a nerd. I've done this heaps. I can help people out. And also in the process, maybe show people how to use it. Maybe show that even dinguses like myself are capable of using these kinds of systems. And so I am going to stream for a couple of hours and file as many FOI requests as I can using the suggestions that people have given me. I have, let me see, pop out chat, let me be able to see the chat there as well. Yeah, that's nice. So I'm going to try and do that over the next couple of hours. I'm going to show you how I do it. I'm going to hopefully pass on tips along the way. I will take suggestions from the audience if you'd like to drop them live. Okay, here's my goal. Maybe this is ambitious, but I've definitely got at least until the end of the working day, I want to try and file 50 FOI requests, and I also, to kind of keep it fun, every 10 requests that I file, I'm going to do something, just to spice up the stream a bit. So what that is, I'm not going to tell you until it kind of gets there. You have to see, but I will say that it will add on more and more. So by the end, I'll look like a fucking idiot. More of a fucking idiot, I guess, because I am streaming myself doing this. But until then, I guess we keep going. And so the other thing I thought is I looked it up. I did some investigative groundwork, which meant that I Googled it, and I can't see that anyone has ever even vaguely claimed to have a world record for the most freedom of information requests filed. So technically, as soon as we file the first one, I think that makes us a already world record holder. So I'm looking forward to getting that. And if we can get to 50, that would be great. If my math is right, that means we need to get it done about like 6 or 7 every, wait, no, that's not right. 50 divided by 4. I guess that's like more than 10. That's like 12 and a half every hour. So it's 1 every 6 minutes. So I've already killed some time. But I think we can do it. It's kind of like the movie Speed, except instead of like I can't go below 60, I can't go below filing 1 FOI request every 6 minutes. I'm already in debt. So, okay, great. Well, I am seeing the chat. I am seeing the requests for JOIs. I'm sorry, that's for Crikey After Dark. I am seeing people chatting there, so thank you so much for joining. If you do actually have suggestions about things that you want to FOI, I will do it. Like, I am... I free like that. I'll do it. So we got more than 150 requests. Obviously, I'm not going to do all of them. I will do some of them. I'm going to skip some ones that I think are like maybe too out there, but I'll try and do ones, sometimes you can get kind of small, interesting things out of it. And I will show you how simple it is. Because it really is. Like, if I can do it, I really believe anyone can do that. And I should also say, I am broadcasting live from my dungeon. This is where I work from. I've done everything I can to give a good lighting for a broadcast, but usually it looks even worse than this. So thank you for, being gentle with me. Okay, cool. Well, look, this is all. Let me introduce you to the Freedom of Information Kit, which is pretty much all agencies except Freedom of Information requests via email. So anyone can file them. They do not necessarily cost any money. Most government agencies, barring a few, accept them full stop. There are some that are shielded for national security reasons or whatever. But it's also not just federal agencies that accept them, but also state. They have different systems, sometimes like RTI, which is right to information, and other kind of variants of the name. And then there's also just you can even do FOI local councils, which is, I think, is quite funny and often quite bizarre. I feel like when there's a local council gets an FOI for someone, they're like, what do we do with this? But I've had a lot of success FOIing federal agencies, and my kind of advice is be as specific as possible, be as narrow as possible, and also think about FOIs not just as a singular act, but as something that is a kind of continuous process. Not just in the idea that you should be particularly if you're a journalist, sorry, I'll speak to the journalists here. Where should I put my hands? Sorry, thank you. I will not just obviously for the journalists who want to get stories, but also in terms of the idea that some of the best FOIs that I've been able to file are ones that have followed on from other ones. So I'll kind of send a vague freedom of information request, and then if that comes back with some information, sometimes it doesn't have anything super interesting, but sometimes it refers to something else or alludes to something else that leads you then to a subsequent FOI request and one after then, and eventually you can end up getting some quite good stuff. So yes, the toolkit at hand, I have made a little template email that I send out every time. As you can see, it's just here, and it is some very standard parameters for freedom of information requests, and I do this pretty much every time because often there are people who are answering FOI requests who, as they do it, have to know some really basic things that if they have to go back and forth with you, it will kind of slow it down. So if you can kind of preempt that, you can make this process a bit quicker. One of the problems with FOI that a lot of people have is that it takes a really long time. So anything you do that can kind of, reduce some of the barriers, some of the back and forth, I find really does help. Let me just quickly talk through them, and then I will stop with the preamble. It is, okay, so as you can see, I say that I'm a reporter for Crikey. You don't have to do that, but I kind of do that as a way of saying I'm doing this in the public interest because the consideration of public interest comes into a lot of decisions when FOI staff in these agencies are making decisions. For example, There are free, like often they won't charge because you're saying this is in the public interest. Often the decision about whether to even disclose something is in itself weighed against public interest considerations. So sometimes, there are all these principles in the FOI Act, which you don't really need to go into because it is extremely dense and nerdy, and the kind FOI people in these government agencies will often, they'll explain it to you and go back and forth with you, and you don't have to know the whole act off by heart to be able to deal with it. But they'll often be like, well, there are these considerations why we shouldn't disclose something, so like blah, 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 blah. But there's also, we have to weigh that against public interest. So I say I'm a reporter for Crikey. Maybe you have a relevant position that you think is something that would, show that this is in the public interest. And then next, as you can see, I've got this little thing saying, I request blah, 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 blah. And that is the important part. We'll come back to that. But as you can probably see, I say what I want and also the period. And I think particularly in my spirit of be narrow, giving a specific time frame is one of the things that really helps get FOI requests back, and also in a kind of reasonable manner, not too long. So then, as you can see, I'm actually have always done these from my private email address. Not really sure why. Just I think between changing jobs in journalism, I've just been who knows where I'll be by the time an FOI comes back. I've been at Crikey now for 4 years, which is a couple of decades in journalism time. So I'm not worried about being laid off there anytime soon. I'm assuming if they're putting me on this live stream and letting me do this, then I'm not going to be laid off anytime soon, unless of course I do something on this live stream. So you never know. Keep watching. But then after that, there's things like I say, for example, remove duplicates, public documents, media releases, reports and articles and statements made to the media. That's stuff that agencies are putting out. You probably don't need that because you could just Google it anyway. I say, please limit emails to the final message in the chain as long as previous messages are captured. If you think about it, from an FOI perspective, and for the person who's actually doing this, and I probably should have done a better job of explaining this before, in all these agencies, particularly the federal ones, they have dedicated staff who deal with FOI requests. And their job is less about, they're not people behind the curtain, manipulating everyone. They're the people who just have to do the literal nuts and bolts of actually fulfilling information requests. And if you think about it, all these agencies have what is essentially an enormous database of information. They've got correspondence, they've got documents, sometimes, physical documents held places. They've got all this information across an agency, and it's an FOI officer's job to figure out where the information is, use the request terms to narrow it down, and essentially negotiate between the person who's asking an FOI and the agency, and to kind of, navigate the law, and just, I think practically, the actual practicality, which you don't think about much, of having to fulfill a freedom of information request. One of the things is if you request all correspondence, they're going to search for emails, they're going to get a gazillion emails, and in each of those email files, you'll often have, the reply, one email replying to another email, replying to another email. So by saying, hey, don't send me every single email file, I just want to have the files that will contain the whole conversation, that is, that saves some time. I also say, I don't want senior staff, it's names in there because, there is, by exempting them, you speed up the process, and also that's usually not relevant. There are, in the FOI Act, there are a lot of pretty routine demands for extensions. So they say, there are timelines saying we've received it, and then after we've received it, then it's okay, now we need to consult with people, and perhaps we want even more time. Again, while it might seem that agencies are kind of stalling, in my mind, generally, they are doing this because they need to fulfill this request. And the times that I've actually said, no, I don't want you to extend, essentially give me what you've got now, I've had situations where the requests have been denied because they've reached the statutory deadline. So what's in the law saying they've had to do, I didn't give them an extension. And then they say, well, sorry, the thing that you're asking for, we can't do. So it's very often in your interest to actually say, have an extension. So I don't know, I don't know if this is a good or a bad idea. I've always done it. Not always done it. I've recently started doing it as part of my form letter saying, take your requests, because I don't like, again, I'd rather you just not have to go back and forth with me so you can get the work done as quickly as possible. Also, the things about being like, yes, you can consult with third parties, saying I'm a journalist, so I'm submitting this in the public interest. And then also just like the final thing, which is like freedom of information requests. Again, journalists, the public, advocates, whatever, often imagine themselves in quite an adversarial relationship with the government. But actually, if you think about it, there are people whose jobs it is to fulfill the request on the government side. Speaking frankly, they're not always true believers. They're not people who is like, it is like, my dying wish to defend the Home Affairs Department by taking as long as I can of freedom of information requests. If there are people who feel like that, they're often not the people who are like answering the request. They're the people who are higher up. So what I've found like a lot of success in is just saying, I've given you a request. I'm understanding you're actually you're the person whose job it is to actually implement that. So let's work together, because I know you want to get this request done because that's something off your to-do list. I want to get the best thing out of it. There's often an ability to kind of have sometimes even quite informal conversations where you're saying, they might say your request is too big, it's going to be unmanageable. And I say, how can I narrow it down? And they can give me suggestions. Now, there is always the opportunity that I guess they could lead you astray. But again, I've had a lot of success as a journalist, just being ask them, being at the very least, what are the parameters that would make this request more manageable so I could ask it? Even if you're going to end up filing more requests, it helps you kind of surf those conditions. Okay, I've spoken enough about all the things that I do in my lead up to my FOI request, but I wanted to say that I want to give you all that information because these are the things that, if you just think about it, you take a step back, you need to think about the freedom of information system as a tool with people in it, and some of those people are going to help you. And also there are all these kind of requirements, there are all these factors that if you consider it and you do it right, you can actually get a lot out of it. If you don't, you're going to find it very frustrating. It's kind of like, it feels a little bit like magic, you kind of have to have the right spell to kind of get in there. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but it is a totally opaque system. No wonder no one really uses it. But once you get to know it and once you kind of become familiar with it, while I hope that you will be this way after the stream, you'll actually find that there is a lot that you can get out of it. And there's just a lot of simple mistakes that you can avoid that will mean that you can get the information, you can try and get the information that you want out of the government. Okay, that is everything. I can see quite a few people have joined since I started talking. So welcome. My name is Cam. I'm an Australian journalist. I see there's some Americans in the chat. Welcome. And I am going to file as many FOI requests as I can in the next couple of hours. I have received a lot of suggestions of things that people want to know about from the governments in Australia. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to try and turn them into FOI requests. I will just say straight up, I have no idea how this is going to go. This might be painful, so who knows? I set myself a target of 50. I don't think I'm going to get there anywhere near there. But every 10, I'll do something fun. And at the very least, we're doing this for a few hours. So if you have anything you would like to ask, please drop it in the chat. I am looking. What's the turnaround time? It depends. If you have a very, very narrow request with an agency that's not too busy, and this is answering the question of Rona, you can get it quite quick, but sometimes it will take months. Sometimes there'll be appeals. Someone will there's a third party in it who contests it. So that would make it take longer. You really don't know. You wouldn't want to use FOIs for anything timely. But if there are things that you want to be finding out that you don't need to know right now, a great way is just to be lobbing in FOI requests and seeing what comes out. You never know. Okay. Is there a current world record? No. So I believe I am going to be the first. So I'm going to set the first world record. So when we file the first one, that will be, may not be. I am sure people would have unofficially filed more, but I'm claiming it. Okay, let's go. So you guys can't see because just for the privacy of people who submitted it, we put up a Google form of people who have asked for freedom of, who've suggested things that they want to research, to request. And now I am going to look it up. Okay, so my first one. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can also just put them in a little. Maybe I'll add another little thing on the screen so you can see what I'm going to ask. What someone has asked me. Yeah, let me add just a little notes document that you guys can see as well. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to add a little screen capture. By the way, how's the sound? I've got a little bit of music in the background, which I think is quite... Oh, I don't even know if it's playing. Oh yeah, it is. The music playing in the background. I hope that is a good balance. Screen capture. And, oh, this is going to mess things up. Maybe... what can we do? Notes. Yeah, that messed things up. Whoa! There we go. Beautiful. Okay, now you can also see on my screen a little note. Okay, so I'm going to pop the request in the screen so you can see it as well. So the first submission, someone who goes by, let's see, who's the submission? Anonymous one. It is from, okay, yes, this is one from someone who goes by Invincibility Robot, and they have asked for any mentions of, can you see that little, yeah, you guys can see, we do that and also make this smaller as well so it's not doing up more of the screen, boom, okay. Okay, so Invincibility Robot has asked, can you do any mentions of foreign agents abusing the FOI system? Yes, I can. So when I'm thinking about an FOI request, again, that's like that's a very vague one. But what I will often do to like guide my request is I will just do a bit of research. I'll see if there are any typically like government documents or news articles that reference specific things that I could potentially request. And so, for example, for this one, I know that in The Guardian today, there already was an FOI that was picked up by two reporters there about some of the information. So I'm looking here and saying FOI documents, General Counsel asking about ChatGPT responses, and let's see, foreign. Talking points sought advice from the Australian National Intelligence Community, and I believe that is in... now they're a tough one because they are one of those few agencies who are exempt from FOI requests. But I think that I might just lob one into the Home Affairs Department because likely that's something that they would be across, and I might ask. Let's just keep this one quite broad, and so. Luckily, I already have the Home Affairs email here, so I can just kind of send it. And I request, and so when did we have those comments first made by Michelle Rowland? Michelle Rowland, FOI foreign agents. Here we go. So it was around September 2. So what I'm going to do, sorry, September, in case you can see, that's September 2 here. That's when the comments are made. So I'm going to go back to my little thing, and I'm going to say any documents mentioning, what was the exact language used? I'm out of free articles, but I think I will. What did she say? Foreign? So Mark Butler said it. That's weird. So foreign actors, foreign powers. So I'm going to cite under the FOI Act, request any documents mentioning the foreign actors or foreign state that have used the using the FOI Act, using the Australia's FOI system for the period 1 September 2025 and today. Actually, lob that back a little bit. So 1 August, just because before. And let's also just say 1 September, because it would have had to have happened between, actually I'm going to do a bit earlier. So just do a 3-month period, 1 August to 1 September, 2025. Beautiful. 2025. Now that is a very wide request. And I'm also going to say, just to avoid any confusion, I'm just going to add referred to in by Minister Butler in comments to the media. And just link that. Now this is like, I'm not very optimistic about this request, but I guess this is just kind of like a quite a fishing expedition. But I've done that. So any requests, mention the foreign actors. Beautiful. Okay. And this is how easy it is to finish it up. Now we just send it off. Boom. Done. We filed our first FOI request. Woohoo! And excitingly, let's hit 1. Obviously calling that a world record, so you guys have just seen history. And also 2, look down your little bottom left. That is FOI count 1. We've done it. Okay, cool. So, 49 to go. Let's hit the next one. And if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. Maybe you're just marveling at my expertise using this system. Somehow I don't think so, but I hope you are learning a little bit. Yeah, a bell. Oh, actually, I've got a little. I've got a timer. Maybe I could. This is my little timer that I use to help myself focus because I have no ability to concentrate without external validation. Okay, cool. Let us go to the next one. So this is from. Sorry, there's my little notes gone so you guys can see that. You guys got that back there. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. So then the next one is next one is from Phoebe. Hi, Phoebe. And it is let me pop it down here for you all. How many violent incidents Services Australia and Centrelink Services Centres have had, and how many of them are tied to payment suspensions and cancellations? So I'm not as familiar with how those might be logged. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, Gmail, let's go Google, and I am going to search for site gov.au, and I'm going to look at violent, let's just see violent incidents and go services Australia. I'm going to put those in. Okay, that's not really helping us with anything. Violent. Okay, that is not really helping. So maybe I'm just going to get rid of that. I'm going to see if there is any news reporting on it that might be able to help. It's really a really sad story. Okay, maybe this has some information about the review. So maybe the review might have something in it. Review. So what I'm doing for right now is I hate Acrobat. Adobe Acrobat. I am trying to look for anything that might, customer aggression incident. Thank you, Alex. Let's see. So services now, customer aggression incident. Let's see, what do we got? Oh, wait, but we want, but service now. Oh my God, sorry. I got tech brain just then. Okay, here we go. Oh, this is the same one. Okay. Right. Let's see if there's anything. Summary findings, the week, engagement sessions. This is security. Okay, we're looking for anything that would be a terminology. Customer aggression. Recommendations might be it. Let's see. This is just the so customer aggression. Okay, so Alex did actually put that in chat, so let's ask about it. So I'm going to go back to my little FOIs, and then I'm going to go, so Services Australia FOI would be so that is the email. So usually you can just find the email you're sending it to. And so I'll go put that email in there. I'll go back to my little template, and then I will go, let's just say the number of customer, what was it? Customer aggression incident. Yeah, that's right. Aggression incident for the past 2 calendar years. So what is that? That would be 23, 24, 2023, 24, 24, 25. For the, get that typo. Okay, under FOI Act, I request the number of customer aggression incidents for the past 2 calendar years. Right, simple as that. Sent. Done. Beautiful. That's 2. Oh, fine. No changes. Yeah, here we go. Oh yeah. Wow. A new world record again. We're fine. Okay. Thank you for that idea, Phoebe. Okay, number 3. Oh, this is a very specific one. Let me just see if I'm going to read that before I read it out. I might leave that one just because I'm worried that just reading it out might be potentially defamatory, but I don't know much about it. So I'm sure it is real, and maybe I can do it offline, but I'm not going to do it here. Oh, interesting. Okay. So we have one from Haley. Hi, Haley. Thank you for sending it in. Okay, here we go. Can you guys see that down the bottom? Yeah, let's get that up. Oh, no, that's not going to help you. I'm going to lift it up on the screen. So thank you, Haley. Haley has asked, and by the way, as you can see in my little, so I have in my personal email, I just have a automatic labeler for emails that mention FOI, just as a way as trying to make sure that I capture all my responses in one place. Otherwise, I just never keep on track of my own inbox. I'm very, very bad at even knowing the emails that come in. So sorry if you tried to contact me in the past. And so as you can see, I've just had 2 ones pop up then. One, I think the second from the top, I believe is from Home Affairs. And the one from the top is it's from Services Australia. So as you can see, they often have automated requests saying we've received it. And that's good to know that they've actually got it. Okay, so Haley's asked for information about how the decision was made to list progesterone on the PBS. I emailed Health Minister Mark Butler and Jed Carney about it in early 2024 and said they had no plans to add it to the PBS, and it can only be added. It would be listed. I believe the listing decision was made for electoral gain, and I'd like to be finding out if that is the case. Now, I'm not sure that it would. So here's the thing. One thing you need to know about FOIs is that, this sounds really dumb, but just go with me here. You can only FOI like request via FOI things that are documented by the government. Now, I'm not being patronizing. Apologies if that doesn't come across that way. But what I'm trying to say is that, for one, you can't get stuff that is, for example, political staffers and by that I mean staffers who work directly for ministers and MPs are exempted. And sorry if I use the wrong. So that their stuff is exempted. So you can't be like, please give me everything that Albos is saying to his chief of staff. That stuff doesn't come up. The other thing you just got to think about is what are the actual things that will be put down on paper? Because if there is a secret government plot, perhaps a conspiracy theory or whatever, please check out my book if you haven't already. Just going to do a plug. Why not? Oh, I've got one here. Conspiracy Nation. This is sponsored by my book. This is sponsored. What was if there was some nefarious government plot or whatever, it's probably not going to be simply put down in writing. You're not going to say, I'm going to do this, but you can definitely infer certain things from timing. You can see the listed reasons, and so for example, with the question about when this was listed, there might be some information in there about when it was added to the PBS and what reason. That might not be the actual reason, but at the very least, finding that out does give you some information. So, let's see. Okay, I'm going to say site.gov.au. I'm going to say progesterone. Beautiful. And then I'm going to say PBS. And then I'm going to say, okay. And then added. Information. Let's see. Okay, here we go. So here's some information. I have no familiarity with this process. I'm probably going to sound an idiot, but it is, there is a lot you can just find by just again, this seems like a very dumb thing, but just Googling it, finding out information about various government processes, and then using that information to then request non-public information that then might give you more information. So, submission was received at a meeting in November. Comment, meeting was recommended. And then agreed, blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. So here's what we can do. We can ask for the submission to that meeting, and we can also ask for the, maybe this is public. Apologies if it is. Let's just see if any of this is public. So the meeting agenda. Let's go back. Where was I? Progesterone. Where was I? Oh no, I've messed this up. I've lost it. Sorry, everyone. So site.gov.au. Okay, here we go. Back. Is this the one that I was at? Oh my god, I've lost the page. Here we go. Yeah, okay, cool. So it was at the November agenda. Let's see the meeting. Here's the details of the meeting, PDF. Let's go progesterone. That's the only 3 references. Okay, interesting. So, it doesn't look like, I can't see the submission. If it is public, apologies, maybe we're going to be requesting something that is already public, and then the FOI officer can politely email back to me and say, please stop wasting my time. But why don't we request that? So, we are going to ask for, let's see, let's get rid of all these now. We don't need. How's everyone going? You're having a nice time listening to me stumble around government websites? I hope you are. I want the progesterone. Let's get my little template up here, and I will share this template in the chat if you don't like it. So I want the submission for the, let's see, I guess we call it the PBS listing of progesterone that was submitted to the November PBAC meeting. Ooh. Now, because that is a very specific thing, I don't need to put a date because it already has, like, it's a specific document. I know it exists. The only thing that I don't know is PBS have its own? Let's go site, pbs.gov.au site, and then we'll type in freedom of information. Freedom of. So I'm guessing it comes from the Department of Health. So I'm gonna lob it to Department of Health. So FOI at Health, because I've done this before. So I requested submission to the I request submission for the PBS listing of progesterone that was submitted to the November 2024 PBAC meeting. Okay, I guess we'll find out. And I'm gonna send that one off. Okay, done. Okay, and then we all add it to the counter. So, hi everyone. Thought I'll just reintroduce myself in case anyone has joined. My name is Cam. I am an associate editor at Crikey.com.au. The government wants to make the FOI system weaker, harder to use. I don't think that's good. We don't think that's good. We like the FOI system. It's not perfect. Could be improved, in fact, but not like that. And so we thought, hey, while this system is, at least as it is, at least if it's not getting worse, I will try and submit as many FOIs as I can. And so we asked for people for their FOI ideas because we know that it is a system that is pretty opaque, pretty hard to use, at least if you're not familiar. And I am now just spending my time turning some of those suggestions into FOI requests. And I didn't actually say this before, I probably should have said this important thing. So what my plan is I'm trying to file as many of these as possible. I will do the stream, and then perhaps after the stream, I will then continue doing some. I have other stuff to do. As you can see, this stuff is kind of time consuming, but we're all having fun here. So maybe I'll find some other time to do it. But my plan is to file as many of these as we can, and then to follow them as they go along. To when I hear back about a information request, like when I hear back about the information request, I will try and contact the person who came with an idea to tell them how it's going. And I also think that I will, if there's any interesting stories about it, we'll report it. But also if there is, we'll also, I think, kind of do it, cover it in terms of being like, we've submitted X number, like 20, 30, 40, 50. Here's how they went. Like, we got this one back in, 2 weeks, got this one back in 9 months. We didn't get these ones back. These ones got rejected. So I'm going to give people a bit of an overview of the system, and hopefully along the way, people will learn about it. So thank you for joining. I have a few comments I got to go back and answer. Yes, I can see the Unemployed Workers Union Brains Trust in the chat as always. I feel like you guys are very online, and I love that. Home Affairs lied to the OAIC to get an extension for my FOI request, and they didn't even abide by the extension anyway, and just didn't give me a decision. Says Will. Hi, Will. I don't know about them lying. Look, the funny thing about these timelines, for those not familiar, in the FOI Act, there are supposed to have timelines when you're supposed to get back to people for FOI requests. They can ask for extensions. But realistically, if they don't do it in the timeline, they have to report it, but nothing else happens. It'll just be like, bad department, you didn't get back to us on time, and that's kind of like the end of it. So I'm not sure that politicians, public servants are quaking their boots about that. But yeah, I mean, look, so the reason that I kind of preemptively do the extensions, as I mentioned before, is that generally, a lot of people do ask for extensions. There are some standard extensions that you kind of can ask for in the that are built into the system, and my mindset has kind of always been, if someone wants an extension, they're going to ask for it anyway. If you say no to an extension, then they might just reject the request because it's too hard. So why don't I just say, take the extension? Typically, I'm not like, it isn't a pressing thing. I don't think they can take extensions forever. And rather than having to wait for me to get back to them to say, yes, I agree to a request for an extension, they just know that they already have it. Now, many of them still will ask for a request. Will ask for an extension. That's fine. I'm just trying to speed things along because for me, at least, like with managing freedom of information requests that I make, I tend to, honestly, I'm more likely to personally just let something through to the keeper to forget that's happening, and then let a timeline run out, and then end up having that request then rejected by default. That's a bigger risk to me, and just how organized I am and the way that I run my life, than the idea that some of these like departments, I guess, could hypothetically just take advantage of an extra 30, 60 days. So, and maybe I'm being too kind, maybe I'm giving the man what he wants, but look, if he wants an extra month to sit on the next Watergate, you can take it. I'm not in a rush. I'm here forever. Shall we go to the next one? Okay, thank you. And nice to have you all. Thanks for joining. Okie dokie. Okay, next one. I'm going to say, now this is this is a very specific one, and I thank the good person who submitted it. I'm not sure how legit it is. Let's just say I'm not endorsing this message, but I am interested, and I don't even actually know yet if we can request it. So, hello to Brad. I would like all correspondence from Amanda Rishworth's office regarding Morford Vale residents' long-time use of her office car park as an impromptu used car lot. The local tale is that she stopped the practice once she moved into the office, but the locals rebelled, and to this day, every weekend, there are used cars parked in her car park with private for sale signs on them. Great tip, thank you, Brad. Now, I think this actually might be a request, now that I've read it out, that may not be possible. So, as I mentioned before, there is, you can't easily, you can't do FOIs to political staffers. You can do FOIs if staff members are obviously public servants or in departments. But I think because this is regarding a political office, this would likely to be covered. And the other way is you can sometimes get access to non-government emails, but those emails, if you think about it, have to be received by the government. So for example, I can't just FOI, for example, an email that you sent to the Prime Minister, but if the Prime Minister and Cabinet, Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet received it, I can receive that through them. In this case, I don't actually think that there would be a government body who would be able to FOI on that one. So we're gonna have to send that one through to the keeper, but I just enjoyed hearing about that. If that's true, if there are other forms of journalism, if you can confirm that, hit me up. Tom asks, what is the deal with... Sorry, I just realized I have to take... What is the deal with with politicians' diaries? You can request them. So a couple of months back, earlier this year, I requested all of the ministry, and I got all of their diaries for a month, and I put them online. And let's see if I can put that in the chat, in case you are interested. Diary dump. So that is another great example, because the ministerial diaries is held by the department, and that is something that you can FOI. And so I didn't end up doing it more than once, but if there is a minister who you'd like to know what they're doing according to their department, you can find it there. Okay, on to the next one. Thank you for that. Sorry we couldn't get that. Okay. Hello. We have a question from Carolyn. Hi, Carolyn. Thank you so much. She's asked anything. She wants to request anything about our federal MP Tim Wilson at council meetings or lobbying Bayside Council, Gleneagles Council, and Kingston Council. Well, Caroline, thank you for the suggestion. Let us look into sending a Freedom of Information request to a local council. Maybe let's first narrow down to which council. I'm going to say, let's see, Tim Wilson, let's go Bayside Council. Let's see what is just cooking generally. Oh, that was the one that had the council stoush. Here you go. Here's something. Bayside Council stoush backflips on campaign signs. Bayside Council backflips on campaign sign stoush between Zoe Daniel and Tim Wilson. Cool. So this definitely, we could be cooking here. Let's see. Well, council has reversed its position. Now claims it's not blah, 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 blah. So maybe we could do something around that. So let's first look. Bayside Council and Freedom of Information. Beautiful. So, councils you can ask for, you make Freedom of Information requests. You gotta pay. I don't have that kind of money. I mean, we might have to let this one pass. You don't always have to pay. Sometimes you do. But maybe sometimes there is a fee, pay, recover. I'm going to be personal information, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so here's an example. This is one of the pitfalls of various FOI systems. Federal FOIs are always, as a baseline, they are always free. You get a certain amount of time to of the FOI staff members' time to look into the request. That is why we try and keep them narrow, because we can. That's my title, by the way. But with other ones like state levels or local levels, they do actually charge. You can sometimes ask for a public interest waiver. It kind of varies. I'm sorry to Carolyn. I'm not going to do this one because I'm not going to spend personally $30 on Tim Wilson on something that I'm not really sure about. If it was something that I was a bit more confident about, I would. So apologies. I do like the sentiment, but we'll use this as a learning experience to say, while you still can use it, you can obviously see that these kinds of things create an impediment to people accessing information through the systems. With the government's proposed reforms to the Freedom of Information Act, they are going to, they were floating the idea of a nominal fee in all of them. So rather than just having this baseline of a certain amount of hours free, and then afterwards it costs, they are saying, actually, as a baseline, we will have a certain cost, and then also we will have some exemptions for things like receiving personal information that you won't have to pay. But again, it's putting the onus on the individual to prove why they should have to pay rather than the other way around. So that is one of the, as you can kind of see, there's a chilling effect. Who knows what kind of documents that these people, that there is on something like this. But unfortunately, we won't know. So, okay. Let's keep ticking on. Sorry, Colin, but let's see what we can find. That looks like a very specific one. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so this is from Gabrielle. Hi, Gabrielle. I actually know you from elsewhere. Perhaps we'll talk about that at another point. And Gabrielle has asked, I'd like to access documents that explain the role in activities of the AFP's Data Enrichment and Enterprise Prototyping section. I've never heard of this. The only public references are 2 recent job ads describing it as providing enterprise data enrichment services and trialing and prototyping new capabilities. and the person has also provided some, let's say, archived job advertisements. Okay, so AFP, very, very simple to send requests to. Do it all the time. I shout out to the AFP FOI people. I feel like we're in each other's inboxes quite a lot, and I've actually found that to be very helpful. So I hope that they're doing well. Okay, so let's have a look at one of these job ads to get a sense for what they are like. Ooh, so data scientist in the, where is this? Enrichment. The data enrichment enterprising is part of the chief officer command is responsible for providing enterprise data enrichment services to support the broader. Interesting. Okay. So I mean, I think we could probably just do quite a broad one with this. So I'm going to go back to okie dokie. So going back here, we're going FOI at AFP and would let's see. Sorry, okay. So documents, let's say, I'm going to give you specific, such as, let's see, we could probably say something like proposals, briefings, and memos regarding the establishment of the AFP's data enrichment and enterprise prototyping section. Oh, can't spell. Oh my god, sorry. And then I'll say, as referred to in this job advertisement. And then I will take that link to the one that we saw just before. Alrighty, and then I think we can just send that one off. Beautiful, see? Simple. Now that one was a bit of a... See, I don't really know the kind of process that the AFP has to go through to establish the section. I guess I could also say like the function statement or organization chart. Perhaps I'll just... yeah, I might just follow as a... No, that's fine. We'll live with that. Okay. Woohoo! We're up to 4 in an hour. Wow. We are flying. Okay, somehow I don't think we're going to reach 50. But I am going to change that because this is hard forward. Okay. Thank you, Gabrielle, for that great suggestion. Okay, I'm going to take, if it is okay with everyone, a 5-minute break. We can get something to drink, and then we'll be back. And when we are back, I am going to... I got a fun request about AI and what the government is doing about it. So we're back in 5 minutes. See you in a second. Hello. We are back. Hi. Good to see you all. Kind of, Actually, very nice to see people in the chat. Some familiar faces, some people I don't know. If you don't know me, I am Cam Wilson. I'm an associate editor at Crikey.com.au, and I just love filing FOIs. And so I thought, what better way to spend Friday afternoon when usually, you're kind of just like easing into the weekend. And, you could just be like, I don't really need to work. Sorry if my editor is listening, which I think she is. Hello, Alicia. But I was like, why not, just squeeze a little bit more out of this week. And what I'm doing to squeeze out this week is a few weeks back, I asked for people to submit their FOI ideas, what they want to know from the government specifically. I think that the FOI system is a really powerful tool for journalists, for advocates, for just citizens. And I would like to see people use it more. I also think it's something that is kind of complex because you just don't use it. If you don't use it, you're not familiar with it. And so it's kind of like a catch-22. So this is my idea to show that any idiot like me can file FOI requests. And I'm just going to show you my kind of process. There is no magic to it. I did not receive, I don't think anyone actually trained me. Oh, well, I might have had something. I'm trying to remember. Maybe back at BuzzFeed News, I had a little bit, but really just the way that actually, and I'll share this with you now, the way that I've learned a lot of FOI skills is kind of monkey see, monkey do. Something that I think is really underutilized is the fact that most of the departments have a disclosure log for freedom of information requests, which is when you request something, it's typically then put on a public log for anyone else to see, usually a bit of a delay after they give it to you. But that is often really good because there's a lot of information on there and a lot of things that you can learn about how to FOI. So for example, let's go to our good friends, the AFP disclosure log. And here we go. There is a log of all of these requests that have been made in the past. And look, AFP procedures and training on modern slavery. And so you can kind of get a sense of that, things that people are FOIing, things that it's possible to FOI, and also sometimes you just be like, someone put in a freedom of information request and they never did anything with it. And, you can often find interesting things there. And as Will has kind of pointed out, another really good thing, and I should have shouted this out before because I saw Ben Fairless in the chat as well, is the Right to Know website, which I have used a lot as well. Right to Know, which is run by Open Australia. And what they do is they allow, I've been using my own personal email for all of this, and that's kind of the really lo-fi way, but you can also do it through the Right to Know website, which is a website that's run that allows you to both look at other people's requests and also file them yourself through there. And so rather than having to be in your gross email inbox that you probably associate with work and bills and spam and all that, perhaps you can have a more pleasant experience on the Right to Know website. And so, for example, there's all these ones here, and you can just go and click on one. Here's one to do with sovereign citizens. That's interesting to me. You can see what they asked for. I request access to any briefs, documents, and memos produced by the AG's department for the purposes of legal assistance, blah, 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 blah. So, as you can see, you can learn from that, and there are thousands upon thousands of requests. You can also see, you can filter by successful and unsuccessful, so a really, really good resource. And although I think I have learned a lot from that, I'm not using it at the moment. That honestly, if I can tell you, heart to heart, it's because freedom of information requests made through Right to Know. I think I'm not sure if it has to be. Perhaps it does. Oh, and I think if you pay for the paid service, which I would say seems like a good deal, but if you don't and you're a cheapskate like me, it means that your request has to be made public, and that means that anyone else can kind of see it at the same time as you. And because I'm a squirrely little journo, I don't want anyone else to see it straight away. So that's why I do it. But it is a great resource, and it is something that I really recommend, and it's very cool that it exists. So a shout out to the Right to Know and Open Australia guys and gals and everyone. Okay, cool. Shall we get back to the exciting Freedom of Information request? We are into our second hour. We have filed 4 requests, but might I remind you, this is already world record. So you're seeing history being made. Also, here's my first thing, my first kind of novelty to kind of, give us a bit of excitement. I've put on, basketball players, they wear these elbow sleeves. I figured I'm a professional. I'm using my hands. So here's my posting sleeve that I'm using to, I'm using to help me, I think they say improves blood flow, improves perception, so where your arm is at all time. I'm very high performance right now, and I'm in a flow state. So let's keep it going before I talk anymore. Okay, so I'm as I mentioned before, I've been given these suggestions by people. I have briefly looked over them. There are some great ones in there, but I am really just going off what I can kind of see that has been submitted, and I'm just in real time trying to figure them out like I would any other request. And as you can kind of see, like, a lot of these areas I have no fucking idea about. I don't know anything, but you can, it's pretty easy to piece things together from publicly available information, whether it's from the government itself or from news outlets, that then can help you start to find out things. And as I mentioned in the first hour, I view Freedom of Information requests as kind of a perpetual motion machine, or like maybe a flywheel is a better example, where you put in a request, maybe you find out something that's interesting, maybe you don't, but you often get a little bit of information that allows you to put in another request, another request, another request. And before you know it, you've mapped out the entire government, and you've revealed everything there is to know. So, and that's what I'm hopefully encouraging you to do. Okay, next up, yes. So this is from Greg. I know Greg. Greg is in the AI industry, and Greg has submitted, and I'm going to put it down here so you can all see. Government is asking about the need to do an AI gap analysis to find out if there are AI risks that existing regulators cannot address. This is pretty obviously a stalling tactic because they're scared of doing anything that would offend Trump or their tech bro overlords. Greg, I'm not gonna say that's true. I'm not gonna say it's not true, but I'm going to say this is just what Greg has submitted. So thank you so much, Greg. It would be good to throw FOIs at the departments and regulators asking for any AI threat risk gap analysis they performed since Cusick began doing the Safe and Responsible AI in Australia consultation. That is a great request. In fact, I know that my former colleague and good friend John Buckley had a story out today about some SNAP consultation that the government was doing with unions, with business about their AI plan, which has been a long time in the making, but perhaps we can find something that could help us learn about the AI threat risk gap analysis. So I'm going to look up, it's likely government, so it's going to be the science, would it be, what is it? Is it industry? It's science and industry. Yeah, so let's go industry. Oh my God, let's get rid of all these, by the way. Industry.gov.au, and then we're going to look up site industry. I'm going to Google, and again, all these things that I'm doing, anyone could do. I'm just an idiot with 3 to 4 websites that help kind of guide this here. And look, I'm far from, a truly talented FOI requester. There are some really great stories that have been broken with FOIs. There are some really great practitioners. I'm not putting myself among them. But I think that I'm a great case that proves that if I can do it, anyone can do it. So, and I've gotten a bunch of stories out of Freedom of Information requests, and I also find that again, coming from the perspective of a journalist, I may not all of you are journalists, but from my kind of perspective, FOIs are just one tool. There are all kinds of things, from old-fashioned reporting to, like Senate estimates, to all kinds of things that can come together to help find out information. And FOI is one piece of it, but it is a pretty useful piece, and I would like to see people use it more. Okay, so let's go artificial intelligence. Let's say gap analysis. Let's see if there's anything kind of here. This report, so there's a report here. Let's see if this refers to anything. This is a updated analysis. Sample, gap. Let's see. I1. Trying to think about exactly what we could ask for, because the thing is, it'd be like there's probably a name for a type of document, and maybe it just is a gap, like a risk assessment that like the department will likely be kind of having. I'm just like to see something that's a little bit more solid before I just lob something in there. Let's see. Aligning. This is all. Let's look for risk. That's the kind of. Okay, going back, I think we can find something better. Risk. Volunteer. Here we go. New department. This is from. Critical risks, risk associated, grow body of research, risk analysis tools. I want something broader than this, I think. Early risk. It's a tough one. If anyone has any suggestions, love it. Risk-based approach to managing department systems. Should assess the potential for these risks. Voluntary AI standard. Guidelines on how to use them. Maybe we can just ask for. Does it say how it any? So maybe we could ask about how the Department of Industry itself benchmarks any documents regarding its own benchmarking against the voluntary AI safety standard. Thing is, I'm not really sure that the Department of Information, of Science is really an innovation. Is really kicking that much AI itself. Let's see. Okay, I'm just going to ask. Maybe there's like an maybe the DTA. Yeah, so Will says asking for general AI risk assessments and stuff, or maybe drafts of the standard or documents on how that standard was written. I think it's less about this standard, Will. Sorry, I should say, great suggestion. Thank you so much. I think what Greg is trying to ask is if they've done any analysis. I guess that's essentially about the country writ large. And I know we have this National Artificial Intelligence Center, so maybe there is something. Let's have a look. Will says, what about asking for risk assessments they did for AI to be a good idea because that OpenAI contract. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I reported a couple of weeks ago, maybe just like a week and a half ago, that Treasury has signed a small contract with OpenAI. But we're a little bit ahead of you here, but great minds. I have already FOI'd a bunch of stuff on that. Let's see, voluntary. Okay. AI ethics principles. I'm gonna ask. Let's see. Let's have a look at this. Maybe there's a full. Thanks everyone for bearing with me. As you can see, sometimes just doing this stuff is literally just looking through documents to try and figure out whether something exists. And I'm looking for something from government, survey government. Industry government, blah, 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 government initiatives. Government initiatives policy for responsible use of AI in government in 2024. Oh, that sounds interesting. Maybe we can. Here we go. Oh, that's right. This was like I was kind of like vaguely aware of this, but like there is actually some reporting that departments actually have to declare how they've used AI, and that happened a few months back. It was actually towards the end of last. Oh no, it was earlier this year. I personally did actually not get the chance to go through it, but why don't we say? I'm struggling a little bit with this one, Greg. I like the idea. So it's about regulatory risk from the lack of it. Okay, we're gonna have to let this one go through the keep because I don't have a good one from this off the top of the head. That is a good example, but I could just lob in something kind of vaguely, but I don't actually want to waste the freedom of information people's time. You can see sometimes, like, as you can kind of see, this is clearly an interesting topic, but what I'm looking for is something that is specific. Like, what is a document? What is a thing? Rather than just being like, what do you have to say about risk and AI? Because there would be, no doubt, a insane amount of documents. I don't have them at the top of my hand. The first FOI fail, I know. Look, hey, like, we have the fails, so we have the successes. They make them that much sweeter. So it's not a fail. It's just trying to help out our friends in the FOI teams. I don't want to waste your time, but thank you, Greg. I will continue to sit with that, and we'll see if we can figure something out. On we march. Yeah, thank you, Jocelyn. Thank you, CJ O'Knight. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that. Let me say again, hi everyone. My name is Cam. I am a reporter with Crikey. We are filing FOIs based on people's ideas that they've sent through. The last one didn't figure out how to turn it into a request. Other ones we have been able to. So we have filed 4 so far. It's been an hour and a half, but I don't know, it's been fun. I hope you're all enjoying it. Thank you so much for joining me. We're doing this because I want to show people what it's like. I want to let people get comfortable with it themselves. And hopefully you will file some FOIs too. Okie dokie. Oh, interesting. Here we go. I've got one from Natalie. Hi, Natalie. Natalie has asked, I am requesting access to documents and communications related to the design and execution of the TGA's consultation on the safety and regulatory oversight of unapproved medicinal cannabis products that is open to now and closes on 7th of October. Okay, well, that's kind of gone. So, we've got some very, very specific suggestions here. So yeah, look, this seems like a pretty good idea for a FOI request. It is. Now, I'm just wondering a little bit. So this is interesting. So what I believe Natalie is asking for is not about the Natalie does not appear to be asking about like how is TGA themselves actually, doing the testing. They're trying to understand the method through which they've consulted with people. And the reason this is kind of like a good FOI request is because, who government speaks to, who they choose to, like to hear from, and also who they choose to exclude as a big impact on the kind of policies that they end up doing. And so, if there are people who are not included in conversations when policy is being formed, and then, they end up being not, hurt by these policies, not helped. It's a great example of how consultation can, consultation that is not done appropriately, does not go well, can end up making government not work as well. So what we're going to do is, this is a pretty simple one. So thank you so much, Natalie. I think we can kind of pretty almost rip and, that is just my full email inbox. I hope you all enjoyed it. There's nothing too spicy in there. I checked before, but yes. Okay, TGA. Already got them there. I'm going to use my beautiful little template, and we are going to, I'm requesting documents regarding, including internal communications. That's, well, if you, another little tip, like, it's actually generally better to go more specific than just saying documents, because you will get everything if you say documents. You will get emails, Microsoft Teams messages, calendars, draft media releases, like, I'm sure, like, TGA's internal newsletter where they talk about, Sherry's having a birthday on Friday, so everyone please remember to bring some cupcakes or whatever. Like, you'll get everything. The more specific that you can be, the better, because then, obviously it's a balance. You want to leave some opportunity for serendipity to find things that you may not have known existed, but also too big, the request can't be done, or if it can, it'll take forever, yada, yada, yada. Okay, so request documents. Let's see. Regarding the consultation on the. Now let's just double check this. I mean, this FOI that's been submitted sounds pretty legitimate, but I just want to double check that the actual details that it's. Ooh, sorry, it's on my screen. That there actually was a kind of consultation. Okay, so here we go. Reviewing the safety and regulatory oversight of unapproved products. Unapproved. Okay, great. So I'm going to use that specific terminology so they know exactly what I'm talking about. But the safety the design of the and execution of the consultation, I'm going to say, please. So the other thing is, again, when I'm talking about trying to be very specific about freedom of information request, so it's kind of good to think about what you don't want. Now, my understanding here, like, and I'm only kind of going off the suggestion that was made to me, is this person wants to know who was included, and that can be a kind of jumping off point. Maybe that will have some unexpected people who you could ask some more about. Maybe there is some people whose names aren't in there. So what I'm going to do, though, is you think about it. If you ask for like all documents relating to the consultation, you're going to get everything that people submitted as part of consultation, whether that's meeting notes. Maybe there was like an open consultation process. I actually don't want those. I want to be more targeted, because I just want to first almost like get an outline of all the ways. Essentially, we want to map out all the people who are involved and how they were involved. So I'm going to say, please exclude the details of the consultation itself. I'm going to say, and I'm just going to put the year, the 2025 consultation about. I'm looking for the details of who was involved, consulted, and how. And as you can kind of see here, like, again, I'm being quite conversational, but I'm trying to help them know exactly, essentially, like what I'm looking for. Because when you're thinking about, again, as I've said previously in this stream, but just to remind people because this might be new for them, when you are dealing with an FOI, you are asking someone who has to practically find these documents. The challenge with FOI is very often you don't know exactly what documents you're asking for. In my experience, the more specific you can be, the better. And sometimes you don't know enough to be specific, but if you can give some information about your intent, that may assist. And so, I don't, like, for example, I don't know the exact terminology for the document that I'm looking for. Like, perhaps there is a specific design memorandum that if I knew the name, I could just be like, boom, let's go. That's what I want. Easy FOI. That would actually be very, very useful. I don't have that information, but what I'm trying to do now is vaguely, not too vaguely, but I'm trying to generally explain the kind of thing that I'm looking for, because my treasured FOI officer who receives this email, who has to start looking into it, has got to figure out logistically how to find the thing that I'm looking for. The more that I can kind of do to help them with that job, typically the better chance that I have of actually getting what I want. And so that's why I'm doing this. Maybe I'm putting a lot of faith in them. I think that I've had a good track record of being able to work with some of these FOI officers on things that I'm looking for, to narrow down requests, to make their life easier, to make my life easier. Because fundamentally, I actually think that in many cases our incentives are really aligned. They want to fulfill a request. I'm sure, they've got all kinds of things from their bosses, but fundamentally their job is to make sure the FOI system is working. My job is to have the FOI system work for me. If we can work together, I think there are some, if I want to be awakened about it, some synergies. So that's what I'm going to do. So, request documents including internal communications regarding the design and execution of the TGA. I'm just saying the TGAs, of course, TGAs, but 2025 consultation about the safety and regulatory oversight of unapproved medicinal cannabis products. Please exclude the details of the consultation itself. I'm looking for information. So, information about who was consulted and how. Okay, done. Woohoo! Up to 5, baby. Is this just me? Does it feel like we've got momentum? We're flying. Okay. How are we all doing? Thank you for sitting with me. Wow, 69 viewers. Nice. Great. Let's keep going. I'm having fun. You guys all having fun? Thanks for joining. All right, I'm looking through this. Ooh, that's an interesting one. I don't have that. So, I've got this from, who have I got this from? Camellia. Hi, Camellia. Rex Patrick's most FOI requests in a day is 7. Wow. The transparency warrior. For those who are not familiar, former Australian politician, Rex Patrick, who has become a savant of the FOI system, calls himself the transparency warrior. I'm seeing in the chat that Will says his request for most in a day is 7. So at this rate, by like 3:30, we might beat him. And then it's officially a world record, I say. Okay, continue. And yeah, welcome everyone. I hope that you are enjoying this or learning perhaps. Yeah, it's fun. And yes, I think as someone said before, I can't actually see. Yes, CJ, the yapping does slow you down a bit, to be fair. I presume you usually do more than 4 hours. You know, it is funny, like, there are times where you will fly through. Like let me give you a bit of my process. In one of my various note systems, I have, I will just like, I'm out, I'm reading a news article, someone says something to me, and I will just tap down on my phone, like a vague FOI request. Sometimes I will know exactly sometimes it is the, like, a specific name of a document, like someone will say something, or I'll read a news article. And very often, by the way, that is the way to be thinking about this, is like, it's gonna sound unhealthy, but like I try and constantly keep an eye out for things that I get FOI. You know, a government, like a minister, a secretary says something about the existence of a government document, and I'm like, that's something I can ask for. Or I'm reading a news article and someone says this person was consulted, or these people are planning on doing this, and I'm like, great, that's something I can FOI. And so I have a little list of things that I like to FOI myself, not just the ones that I've sought from people, and sometimes they're extremely vague. And so when I kind of get through this list, I'll kind of have to be like, okay, how do I actually like implement that in the same way that I'm doing right now? And sometimes they are very specific. So, you know, they're like, I'll often, some more insight into my Friday afternoons and my routine. I often spend some time on Friday afternoons or, you know, other time when I'm just like watching TV, just trying to file a couple of FOIs. And I have, so as part of my to-do list, I have a specific list for FOIs. And so, for example, I've got here, like I'll share one with you now. I've just got Deloitte emails. Now, what I was referring to is the emails sent to and from Deloitte about the report into welfare automation that, as it turns out, had been at least partially hallucinated by AI. There was some reporting. There's been some great reporting on it. This was being led by Paul Karp with the AFR about the kind of tic-tac about how the department and Deloitte was itself like communicating. But because they had like this person was emailed on this date and that date, those are great pieces of little nuggets that you can literally FOI. You can say, I want all emails between. And the best part about that is that you can get super specific. You can be like, I want all emails to and from, like that have been held by the government from a Deloitte.com.au email address between these dates. And it's targeted, it's quick, and you can kind of get it going. But so yes, that is the kind of like, that is the that is the kind of implementation. But yes, I had this like list of like things that I will just pop down at any moment to go and do it later. So for me, like, you know, FOI is a lifestyle. You know, you're always thinking about it in the back of your head. Doesn't mean you're always writing them, and sometimes they do take time. But the thing is like, if you think about it, you are spending time now so that you can speed up a process in the future. You are like going through government documents, you are reading news articles, you're even like talking to people so that you can be very specific about what you ask so that you can get what you want in the future. You're actually saving yourself time by taking a bit longer with this. Usually I don't take, you know, what am I up to now? We're approaching an hour and 40 minutes and I filed FOI, so usually it's a little bit quicker than that. Obviously I'm talking shit with you guys, I'm really enjoying it. But sometimes I'll just be like, oh, I do want to know something. I have a vague idea and I'll spend half an hour researching it. And maybe I don't end up coming up with anything super specific and I will actually just do something super vague. And again, you know, like one of my principles, you're always filing FOIs. And if you don't know something, it's better to be specific. But if you can't, be vague, try and narrow it down. Use that as a constant process to be like, this FOI might not be the best story in the world. It might not even tell us anything particularly new, but it might be the FOI that then leads us to the next FOI. That's what you got to be thinking. So, where were we? Yes. Okay. So this is a spicy one. We have from Camellia. Don't know if that is a real name or a play on my name, but welcome, Camellia. Where are we? Oh yeah, here we go. Sorry, I need to get back this notes. Notes. There we go. Okay, now you can say it again. And let me put the new. So Camellia has asked, documents, briefings, correspondence relating to Australians fighting with the Israeli Defence Force over the past 5 years. So let's have a look, shall we? So let's go. IDF, Australia, fighters. Let's see if that comes up anything in the news. Okay, so I'm finding a Australian legal group is preparing blah, 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 blah. So you can see we've got we're monitoring 20 individuals. So my sense would be, interesting. See, this is what you love to get. Mwah. Bless. This is one of the great things about FOIs is that, you stand on the shoulder of giants, and someone will often do an FOI request in the past, and you can repurpose it. Maybe it's for a different department, or maybe it's the thing that you wanted that happened in the past that you can kind of do again. So we can see down here, a Freedom of Information request revealed by the Australian Border Force had intervened with 3 or 4 citizens suspected of departing for Israel for military service. So, we have a few FOI requests already, says Ben. Great. Well, if that's the case, do you want to drop them in the chat? And if they are kind of proceeding, then I might leave that, and we might just say, let's keep an eye on that one. While we do that, why don't I start to have a look on a different one. Thank you for that request, Camilla. I hope we can find something interesting. All right. Oh, Will, bless you. What a delightful suggestion. It's so nice having these people in the chat. Thank you, Will. The wisdom of the crowd. Will says, you could maybe ask DFAT for documents they have on giving consular assistance to IDF soldiers or consular assistance to Australians with dual citizens doing any mandatory service. So, I think we could probably do a request that captures... Oh, there was something... Yeah, here we go. Okie dokie. So we have our window here. And I'm going to ask for, we've got DFAT, our good friends at DFAT. Let's give ourselves, let's get since the start of the year. So documents relating to consular advice for Australians serving in the Israeli Defense Force for the period, let's just say from 1 January 2025 to present. And so, we could probably imagine that given the conflict in Israel and Gaza, that this would be going back to 2023. Not just then, obviously it's been going on for quite a while, but I'm going to give a more tight time frame with the intention of keeping that request pretty limited. Beautiful. Okay. Beautiful. And so Ben has popped a current Freedom of Information question, something quite similar. And as Will has pointed out, so there is a exemption for legal advice. So I think the technical term is like legal advice and deliberative materials in some cases. So one unfortunate thing about the FOI Act from the perspective of being nosy is that you don't legal advice and often certain kinds of deliberative actions where government departments, ministers are trying to figure out take certain actions are protected and exempted under the Freedom of Information Act. The case for that is not just we don't want people to know what we're doing, but also governments should be able to have frank and free discussions about various policy options that they want to take without necessarily having the fear that it might come out. I have to admit, I'm not actually the world's biggest expert on where that limit is. So my suggestion is no harm in filing a Freedom of Information request, always worth asking, and also worth thinking about these things in a kind of orthogonal way, which is sometimes you can't get, you like, for example, you will never be able to get legal advice on the drafting of a law because that comes under legal privilege, and there's exemptions. But you might be able to get things through other ways. So, for example, talking points about why a law was drafted in a certain way. So, always kind of thinking that documents are not just created in an initial act when you want to do something, but they're also created when people in departments, people outside of departments are communicating about these issues. And sometimes you can kind of, at the very least, get tidbits that go outside of it. So I'm going to send out a pretty broad one. I don't know about this. I would not be surprised if we kind of get a request to refine it, make it more specific. But I'm going to shoot this one out, and we will see if we you're back. Oh, number 6. We are getting very, very close to being our good friend, the transparency warrior, Rex Patrick. Hey, Cam Wilson here. Thank you for hanging around with me. I hope you're enjoying. I'm looking at the stats right now. I have not been paying attention to this because I've been nerding out. The average person spending 15 minutes with me checking out these FOIs. So thank you so much. I hope you're enjoying your quarter of an hour with me. That means at this rate, you're probably getting, you're getting like one FOI every 15 minutes. So I hope you enjoy the FOIs that we've been able to file. The background to this is that the government is looking at some reforms to the Freedom of Information Act, which I believe would make the system weaker. It would make it more expensive. It would increase the exemptions. I think those are really bad. I don't like that. I think that we should be trying, particularly in the moment where no one trusts anyone. Conspiracy theories are abound. If you're not already familiar with it, I just wrote a book on conspiracy theories. I might as well promote it here because I don't think Crikey's letting me do. Well, they're not stopping me from doing this, but they haven't told me to do this. I'm just doing it, but because they're powerless to stop me. In a time when people don't trust government, I think that it is crazy to try and make government less trusted by giving less information. That's me. Also, I'm a journalist, so I guess I have a vested interest in this, but I'm disclosing that. I'm being upfront about it. So anyway, so in that spirit, and in the spirit of letting people understand the system as it is, in the spirit of taking advantage of the system before it potentially gets weakened, I'm taking people's ideas and turning them into freedom of information requests. And the reason that I'm doing this is because I want you to show you that even an idiot could do it, like myself. I have written a bunch of stories using freedom of information requests. I think they're a great resource, and I would like more people to use them. And it's my great pleasure to be able to turn some of these ideas into it. As you can see, it is like a bit of a finicky process, but also in a way, like, I don't know, it's almost like a cryptic crossword. Not that I'm into cryptic crosswords. This is my version of a Sudoku puzzle, because once you start to get a feel for the language, once you start to get a feel for the process, once you start to get a feel for the things that you're looking for, it becomes a pretty it's a pretty cool thing to do. Actually, I don't know if you should take my advice on what's a cool thing to do. I think it's cool, but I quite enjoy it, and I'd love to see people use it more. So I hope you enjoy this, and maybe we'll get some fun stories out of it. Okay, what's next? And as I said, a few weeks ago sought people's suggestions for things that we could ask, and the reason that I have done that is because I am trying to find out. I'm trying to show people that it's possible. Okay, now here's a great example about something. So again, Will, who is being very helpful in the chat, who says he's a journalism student. Great to have you here. Tough time to be a journalism student, but it seems like you have a pretty good. It seems like you have the right kind of approach. So send me a message sometime. We'll see what we can do. I don't promise doing anything, but I'd love to help you out if I can. But as Will pointed out, so Freedom of Information System, I actually told a bit of a lie at the start, which is that I said you can request documents that the government has. And that is actually a little bit not true, because you actually can request information that the government has. And the distinction is it may not be already collected. Oh, sorry, it has to be collected by the government, but it may not already be in the form of a document. For example, let's look at this one right here. I have a request from Steph. Hello, Steph. Thank you for your request. Who says something pretty simple, but I think this is quite a good one. What is the revenue raised? I'm going to put it on the screen here so you can see what I'm doing. What is the revenue raised by ASIC through annual late payments fees, aka fines? Great question, Steph. I love to hear it. So this is an example where, this may be broken out in a government document. And otherwise, like it might be in their annual report or something, and so perhaps we should just have a quick look. And if we can find that, then great. We won't have to waste the ASIC's time looking for the stuff. But it very, very likely is a piece of information that they hold or that they're recording, just maybe not in the form that they are just, in one line somewhere. So we can actually probably ask for it. So first I'm going to look up asic.gov.au, and I'm just going to look up, I don't know if they call it late fees. What would they probably call late payment? I'm just going to type it in and we'll see what they ask. Okay, late fees. Yes, okay, so you can. So they just say late fees. Late fees. What's this ask? See? So I'm going to go to, let's first find ASIC's freedom of information. Beautiful. They have one for themselves about the scheme, how to apply. I'm looking, or there's an email right here. I am copying. I am asking. Here's my little template. I said before I would put it in the chat, so I will do that right now. So look, I think I cobbled this template together. I think I stole part of it from someone else, and I've added it to it over the years. It's kind of like one of those cast iron pans that I've just been seasoning for years, and so it's my great pleasure to share it with you. Let me pop this in the chat in case you do want to use it. Again, it's almost, for me, superstitious at this point. I don't know how much it helps. I feel like it does help. But if you have any interest in something like this, let me share it with you in the chat so you can, too, harass FOI staff with a list of parameters. And okay. It's too long. Okay. Oh my god. Okie dokie. Here we go. I'm putting it here so you can see my little magic incantation. That's probably a better idea, Will. Thank you. I will. I'm actually going to do that. Why don't I do that? Paste bin. Paste bin. Great idea. So. Create new paste. Okay, so I am going to give you my little template. If any of you would like to use my template, I wish you well. I hope that you get some. Can I pin that? Oh, I can pin that. Okay, why don't I say, here's my template for FOIs, and I'm going to put it here, and it is in the chat, and now I'm going to pin it, so if any of you want to use it, please do. My only suggestion, actually, you know what, I was going to say, remove the part where it says email the digital copies of documents to my email address. Don't, leave it in there. If you file an FOI request, I would love to get any documents that you get, so please, leave that in there, unless you don't want to. Okay, so where were we? The request that we were doing. I request, so this is the example of, I don't know if I have it, but like the amount of late late fees. I guess would you say raised? Raised by ASIC in the past, let's say 3 calendar years. That's hi to Alicia, who's my editor, who's in the chats, and she's very nicely playing along. But this is actually, you're seeing workplace surveillance. I'm under deep scrutiny here, so everyone, just for her, act like this is a huge success. Okay, ASIC in the last calendar years. Let's just be really explicit. So what's that? That's 24. Oh my god, 2024, 25. Then we've got 2023, 24, and then we also would have 2022, 2022, 23. Is that right? The annual amount please okay. If this document, if this information is already publicly disclosed, please point me towards it. Otherwise, please deliver it in the form of a, I guess, just table. If there are any ways to break down the late fees for, let's see, actually, just very quickly, late fees. What kind of late fees are there? Maybe there's I'm gonna say by type of late fee. Let's do that. With breakdowns according to type of late fee. Additionally, and I'm gonna throw this in there for a bit of spice. And this is you get a bit of fun with freedom of information requests. Additionally, I would like to get a list of the top 10 companies by late fees levied or raised over time, over their existence. It's worth a shot. I'm going to put in brackets, if this is not available, please continue with the rest of my request. So, in the past, I've FOI'd the top number of the top superannuation accounts by amount of money. They don't say who they are because that's a privacy thing, but seeing how much money people have in super accounts, crazy. I think I've also done top hex debts, so they do actually have this information sometimes. Let's see if they give it to us. Okie dokie, let's send that one off. Oh, beautiful. That means that we are up to FOI count 7. Oh yeah. That means we have equaled Rex Patrick, former politician's number, known as Transparency Warrior. Current, I guess we'd call him world champion. We're about to exceed it with the next request. Oh, and actually on that note, I'm going to take, let me first give you a taste of what we're going to see. Let's see. Someone has politely asked me to request every single contract by the government. I don't think I would be able to get that, mostly because of the scope. Okie dokie. When we come back, I'm going to take a 5-minute break, and I'm going to do a I'm going to do I'm going to do one about the Department of Veteran Affairs and a particular contract about how they have to a certain agreement. That seems very mysterious, but you'll have to come back and see me in 5 minutes. I thought I'd take a quick break. Let's have something to drink, and we'll come back for some more FOIs. See you soon. Hello. Ooh. Mm-hmm. Ah, there we go. Hi. How are you going? I hope you can hear me well. There we go. Sorry, apologies. I was just I was doing a costume change. Hi. Hope everyone's doing well. My name is Cam Wilson. I am a reporter at Crikey.com.au. I'm following a lot of FOIs. I said that each hour that goes on, I would do something different. And so now I am dressed as, I actually believe that this is a circa 2017 Black Panther costume that I had in my closet. And the reason that I am wearing that is because I believe that anyone who files a Freedom of Information request is a superhero. Okay, so why are we here? Because Freedom of Information, the system, it's a very good one. I like it. The federal government has proposed changes that would make it harder to do requests. It would make it more expensive. It would make it more restrictive. And I'm not sure that that's a good thing. It doesn't look like these reforms potentially will get up, but in the meantime, we thought that we would make sure that we take advantage of the system as it is, just in case it gets kneecapped by these reforms. And so I asked for as many requests as people. Where's the thing on? Is that going? Oh, that's not going to work, is it? I don't think I can do it with the helmet. I'm really sorry. This is the glasses. I'm just an old man. So, but you'll have to believe me that I'm dressed head to toe in the black. No, the Freedom of Information Panther outfit. And we are taking people's requests and turning them into real ones. And hopefully people will understand that anyone can do this, even a idiot in a costume on a Friday afternoon. So shall we do some more requests? I think so. Okie dokie. So I've gotten a bunch of requests. I have not looked through, I've skimmed over all of them, but I haven't looked at them individually. I'm going to find one that we can turn into a real Freedom of Information request. And you can see how to do it. So far we have filed 7 in the past 2 hours. And that is currently the world record, I'm told, held by former politician Rex Patrick, who calls himself the Transparency Warrior. So the next one that we have is officially making history. I'm glad that we could all be part of it. Thank you so much for joining me. Interesting. So I've had quite a few in here about NAC, and to my, actually let's have a look, because so there are some departments that are exempt from Freedom of Information. I'm actually not sure about NAC, so let's have a look at what they say. Okay, it seems like you can do it. What can you expect from us? Huh, I did not know. Okie dokie. Well, why don't we see if we can do something for NAC? So I've got some questions about NAC. Let's see. I just find a good one, an appropriate one. So hi Theranos, just while I'm looking this up, let me explain. So the system that I've been using primarily has been the federal system. The federal system is obviously for federal government bodies. There are state systems, but they do cost money. They are different to use, they often have a different name. That being said, a flip side of them, I've actually had a lot of success with those ones. The reason probably is because the flip side of the fact that fewer people can make it means that if you actually do, for example, pay for specific requests, you can, I should there's more resources, or like there's fewer resources spread out, which means that you often do get some good details from them. So I have used Freedom of Information requests or their equivalents in various states, but it is more expensive, not super expensive, but that kind of means that you really need to know what you're looking forward to, essentially not wasting money. Okay, where are these now? Okay, so I'm gonna try something cheeky. Are you guys ready for something cheeky? What I'm gonna ask is, um, I'm gonna ask for Will has suggested a great one. Will has been the MVP of this chat. I hope that you guys are all picking up stuff from him. I really like. I was thinking about it. So Will has suggested, what about getting the Senate estimates preparation? So, for people not familiar, there is a regular, government bodies regularly appear in front of parliamentary committees called estimates. And for those appearances, these departments and government bodies will typically prepare a brief for the people who's appearing before the department. So, for example, think about it. You've got like the secretary, you've got the whoever, the CEO in some cases, who's going to go in front of Parliament. They need to know what to think about. So they need to know what to answer. Obviously, these departments can be huge. There's a lot in it. They have these reference points that they'll study, bring with them as well. Those, when they're prepared by the department, the ones that we know about, the formal ones, those are accessible through FOI, and the usefulness of kind of getting these is they are very low-hanging fruit, because these are documents that are created with the intention of having information that is to be released to the public. Because if you think about it, when you're briefing, your like head of department or whatever, you're preparing information that they would have to say publicly. So in some sense, you don't always get the most juicy stuff, because this is the stuff that this is the spin that they want to give, these are the answers that they want to give, these are the things that they want to do. The flip side is that they are pretty accessible, very easy to get them. They are a specific document. They're often requested, so I'm sure FOI officers are very good at kind of getting them. And, it is still interesting to know what government and what departments want to say. I think it is indicative. Many of the questions do not actually end up being asked by senators. So, there are things in there that you may not have found out otherwise, if not for them. So I think it's a great suggestion. Thank you, Will, who has very modestly said, thanks, everybody. I'm a normal person, just like everyone else in this chat room, and you should all remember that you can do this too. That's actually not true. As you can see, I'm dressed as a super figure, but I think you're all super too. Okay, so we've got the FOI email here. I'm going to use my little template that I have put in the chat, and I'm going to say the Senate estimates briefing pack for I'm going to say the most recent Senate is for NAP. So that is the specific document that I want. Should be pretty simple. Emails we've got that ready to go. Easy to that. And so that is an example of something that is quite low hanging, but is interesting to get. And I think that's all about strategy, right? And the practicality of being a journalist is sometimes you need to write stories. It's a job like anything else, as well as being something that is, I think important. But also, as my editors who are in the chat will say, sometimes you gotta file something, you gotta write something. So sometimes it's nice to have these. And again, it is one of those things that will often lead you to other things. You get your hands on this, and then it will refer to other documents, other stories, other things that you can then further request. So I typically don't. I won't ask for all of these, because often they're quite voluminous, and I don't want to waste people's time, like FOI officers' time, give me something that I'm not going to actually look for. That being said, like something like this, NAC's been, there's been heat around them. There's quite a bit happening. I see no reason why we shouldn't ask this. So I'm going to send this off. So thank you for that request. It initially came from Lawrence, and thank you from thank you for the help from Will. Okay, so now we are up to woohoo! I'm sure you're all cheering at home. I can't hear you, but I can sense it. We have officially reached a new record. Congratulations, everyone. This is now unambiguously the most FOIs, to my knowledge, that have been filed in a single session. I hope you're enjoying it too. So thank you for making history with me. Who knows? Maybe one day we'll be in a book. I won't be writing the book. I've written my book. That's enough books for me. But if you write this and you mention it, let me know. I'd be curious. Okay. So let's look at the next one. So I'm looking through this list, and by the way, the reason that I haven't shared this list with everyone is because some of this stuff is honestly defamatory, and I'm doing a bit of a kind of look through to see the stuff that's most appropriate to be asked. But I'm very grateful for all the requests, and look, I think in here I've had everything requests from people being like, "Can you just FOI bribes?" As much as I'd love to say, as much as I'd love to say that would be possible, unfortunately, that's not a government document that people have. So, I'm assuming that was a kind of a joke, but just to give a sense for the stuff that, like how people understand these things. It is actually quite difficult to use these systems. Kind of for a bribe. You have to ask for other documents that might have evidence that would prove a bribe. And who knows, maybe we'll find one today. Okay, I'm looking through this all now. That seems quite wide. I'm looking. Diaries. Okay, why don't we do this? Yeah, I don't see why not. So, this is another simple one. We know this can be done, but as far as I know, it hasn't been done recently. I'm going to, as per the suggestion from Sarah. Hi, Sarah. Thank you so much for the suggestion. Sarah asks, she wants the diaries of the Prime Minister since the last election. Now, I think that there has already been some recently, but I'm going to, request the diaries, but I'm also going to teach you a new trick about ministers' diaries that I've only just learned. I thought was actually ridiculous. I thought it was someone honestly fucking up, but actually it was a genius. So, as I have said earlier in the stream today, earlier this year, I did a thing where I requested every minister's diaries for a month recently. For 1 month period. I believe it was September, October last year, and I published them and I let everyone see them. And that was something because I thought, well, isn't it crazy that all of these ministers have these diaries that you can access that have information about a lot of their meetings, that in many, like in some states of Australia and other countries around the world, are proactively disclosed. Isn't it crazy that we have to ask them? And so in this case, I was like, well, like if you have to ask them, I might as well ask. And I did that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to request the Prime Minister's diary now. I'm sure some of them have been asked before. And so if anyone knows that they have, I'm going to ask for, let's say, the last 2 months. But I'm also going to do something that's a little twist in this. And this is a little pro tip. So I've never actually done this. I've just seen someone do it. So I'm going to request, so this will be sent to the PMC. So that is the department that runs and I should use the full name, Prime Minister and Cabinet, who manages the Prime Minister's diary. Now, I think I mentioned before, but again, you need to think about, when you're doing these requests, you need to think about who holds the information that you're trying to get. In this case, like the Prime Minister's department holds a ministerial, or I guess prime ministerial diary for the Prime Minister. Doesn't mean it has all these things in there. I doubt it has many of his political meetings. I'm sure he doesn't have his personal, gym workouts, spending time with Toto, whatever he's doing. But it does have a lot of information there. So you can actually request that, and it does give you some insight into who has the ear of government. But here is my little twist. I saw this on a disclosure log, and for people who've just joined recently, I mentioned that most of the departments, if not all of them, I think supposed to have the logs of previous requests that have been made, so you can learn from them, or you can go, to Right to Know, which is the website run by Open Australia, which sees how people do them. and you can see what people learn from. And what I learned was like, not only can you ask for previous diary entries, of course, like why wouldn't you? Yes, sorry. Sorry. Okay, cool. I'm actually learning something. Maybe I want to learn. Ben Fairless, who is actually from Open Australia, says the Prime Minister's office is his own agency. The Minister's office is separate from the actual department. And then Will says, I don't know if you saw the story Rex Patrick wrote for Michael Rest, but requesting from the Minister's portfolio agency and requesting from the Minister themselves is different, and you get different decisions. So my understanding is that while they are different diaries, is it correct to say that the department of a minister will hold their diary, which isn't just the ministerial diary? Is that right? Am I wrong here? Someone tell me the difference. Anyway, in the meantime, what I'm going to do is blindly FOI, I guess, because it's clear that I don't entirely understand it, which is that here's my trip. Sorry, I've been teasing for so long, but this is so exciting because I get to share something with you. I saw someone not only requested the diary entries in the past, but I also saw them request diary entries in the future, and I was like, "What are you talking about? Are you a crank? Like, what do you mean the future? How can you know what's happening in the future?" And what I actually realized is, of course, think about how anyone uses a diary. You block things out in the future, so it is like I've only ever seen people ask for them, except for this one time in the past. But as it turns out, you can actually ask for their future diary entries for things that they haven't gone to yet, as a way of knowing what is coming up in their diary. It's another source of information that I was not aware of in the past. But that's my little pro tip. Don't just think backwards, think to the future. And so I'm going to ask for copies of the Prime Minister's diaries for the period between, let's say, 1 September to 31 December 2025. And so with this, I am hoping to receive not only receive what he's done recently, but also what he might have booked in. So we'll send that one off. How easy was that? Beautiful. What a gift. And then we'll add to the counter. How's everyone going? I hope you're enjoying this Friday afternoon. I can bring the tone down to be a bit more calm, in case you're listening to this in the background. Thank you for spending time here. I hope you're having fun. I hope you're learning something. Let's just say I haven't quite smashed through these as I thought I might have, but I had high aims, but I think that we're still getting stuff. Okay, what's next? Oh boy, some of these are just struggling with. So someone has asked for ASIO footage FOI. Let me share this with you guys. I don't know if there's different because it's so old, but so someone has asked. Let me find it. What is it? I've lost. Here we go. I'm going to put this so you can all see exactly what I am looking at on my notes right here. Yeah, so that's exactly what I was going to say, Will, which is ASIO is exempt. But maybe there's another way to kind of get this because it is so old. So excuse me. Here we go. So who is asking for this so I can politely thank them? BioLive. Oh, thank you for the suggestion. Any report, sound recording, file footage, or ASIO information on the Westall UFO sighting on the 6th of April, 1966. As Will said, I believe that ASIO is exempt from FOI completely. So I do not think that you would be able to, unfortunately, get that. There is, so this is what I'm looking at, because I do know that in the past people have been able to, I do know that people in the past have been able to request their own ASIO files, but I think that's somewhat different. So unlike most records, you can't ask about it yourself. However, yes, so I do not think that it would be, data would be held by the National Archives. Okay, now we're cooking. Maybe I can request it from the archives. So let's just write in National Archives ASIO material. What ASIO records do we hold? Oh, so great that these these web pages exist. What a delight the internet is. Thank you to our good friends at the National Archives. Most of our ASIO records are public files. We have personal files from 1945 onwards. And we have subject, here we go, here's the good bit. Personal files, subject files, microfilm, film and sound recordings, and photographic material. Interesting. Let's just click on it and see how long they have till. They have till, doesn't have an end date. Who knows what they have? They are not, they are exempt from freedom of information requests, but they are eligible for public release. I've never done this before, so guys, we're off the beaten track. This is not my normal FOI stuff, but why don't we try? Okay. You can do submit an application, record search. Okay. How do I record search? So what am I looking for? Okay, so Westall unidentified. Do you think flying object? I guess we'll find out. No record. Okay, a shame. Westall. I'm just going to type in. What year is it? 1966. Okay. This might give us a gazillion things. Okay. Folks, I don't think we're getting to the bottom of this. But why don't we just put in a request? Okay. Where were we? Oh, that looks like a long one. Okay. My BioWith, I love this request. I pledge to follow through and make a intelligence surveillance records inquiry, but if it's okay just for now, for the sake of not filling out my personal details online, although I have been exposing my inbox regularly, I will leave this. But as you can see, there's a whole variety of ways. There's a whole world just outside of FOI, and I'm glad we're getting to explore it together. So thank you. Okay, next. Okie dokie. Oh my god, I'm looking through to find something that will be another, let's see. I've had quite a few, I've had quite a few about deep sea mining that I'm just not really familiar. So I've got one from Chippy, I've had one from someone else. So let's have just a look. Let's just have a vague government site, gov.au. I don't even know if it's going to be called deep sea mining on the website. Deep sea mining. It's probably not it. I'm going to type in deep sea mining and Albanese to see what we can kind of get. We are looking now just for news stories. So this is me now just looking to I'm now looking at a let's see. Deep sea mining. I'm going to type in government. Okay. So Albanese has yet to sign a moratorium on deep sea mining. So let me just check, because this I believe is 2014. So let's go and see if that is up to date and see if there is any more. Get away from me. Ugh. Bloody Google AI. I don't want that. I don't want that. Okay. Here's a more recent one, July 2025. Okay. So here we can see so failed to agree to moratorium at a major meeting in Jamaica last week. So thinking about government files that we could potentially have. I mean, one thing is that if it's diplomatic, it's going to be with DFAT. At least they can have some interaction. And so I think perhaps we could search for documents relating to this meeting. That would be my vague. I guess we could search. Let's see. Yeah, let's log into. Okay. So, first one. Where's one? Yeah, here. Okay. So first one, I'm going to log on into the to DFAT or DFAT. I mean, I'm going to deal with everything international. And I'm just going to put this back here. I did not see that Four Corners report. Embarrassingly, I do not get to watch as much news on the television as I would like, but I'll have to check it out. Actually, I'll be honest, I won't say, but I will try and track down the article. So, briefings. Let's think. Just trying to think. How would what kind of how would DFAT? I'm trying to think of the document name for DFAT for their kind of like almost like instructions and strategy for approaching. Okay, maybe we'll just go one. A briefing regarding. Was it a vote? The deep sea moratorium from the Will. So Will says, why not just say internal documents relating to or otherwise mentioning that's usually might cop out when I go on fishing expeditions. I have to say, I love the pun. I'm not sure if it was intentional, but it's good shit. Yeah, I'm trying to be quite specific, but you know what? Why not? I'm gonna take one from the pro in the chat. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Mentioning or otherwise mentioning deep sea moratorium, blah, 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 proposal, what we would say, proposal, yep, so I'm going to do this one, to DFAT, thank you, and then we will also go to DCCEE, now let's find their FOI. by the way, almost forgot not to update the FOI counter. We're up to 10. 10 FOI, double digits, baby. Okay, let us also then add in... Sorry, I don't have this on the wrong screen, so you can't see it. This is what I'm looking up. I'm trying to find there. See, I just have this thing. I'm sorry. I've never had a problem with this, but I do not generally like to submit FOIs via a form because I won't have their own record in my email for when I need to chase things up. So, usually, in fact, it's almost always been my experience that these requests sent via email, even if they ask via a form, will be redeemed, will be handled. So I'm going to do that. So anyway, where were we? All documents regarding the deep sea moratorium proposal. I guess you would call it a proposal. Yeah, I guess it's a proposal. I guess it's a motion from the relating to, say, pretty wide. I'm not sure what they'll give us. So here's the thing, that's pretty wide. There is a world in which, for example, well, let's think about it. So if you're DFAT and you're handling the diplomatic, you're handling how to vote at this international meeting, you request a briefing from this department, and then, obviously the briefing is specifically because you're like, we have to vote at this thing and we need to know how to vote. But the request itself that they ask, that this interdepartmental advice may not actually explicitly be about that vote. So that's my concern, that you might not get the full, you might not get the advice. So I might as well just add as and also any advice provided to DFAT regarding deep sea moratorium. Oh my God, that's spelled. Moratorium. Let's see. So the date of that was 30th session. That was in July. So I'd just say in 2025. And we will see if that cooks. Beautiful. Okay. Boom. Another one far. Oh, we're flying now. You guys go. 11 in just under 3 hours. What a delight. Okay. Let's keep going. I feel like we're on a roll. I should probably reintroduce myself just in case anyone has joined. We still have so many people here. What a surprise. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. I just assumed it might be me and 3 people, and 2 of those were my employees. But hi, my name is Cam Wilson. I write for Crikey. I try to use Freedom of Information requests quite a lot. I am not an expert on them by any means. There are many people who are much better than me, but I probably file more than most journalists at the moment, just because I think that they are a great way to find out things about how the government is operating. Good things, bad things, everything. Wanting to know what exactly they're doing, understand them a bit better, so we can tell the story about how government is serving people. The impetus for this stream, which is the first time I think for Crikey, I'm not sure we've ever live streamed on YouTube before, so thank you for hanging along with that, is the government has proposed reforms to the Freedom of Information Act, which would kneecap it, make it weaker. They would generally apply a fee at the moment. Federal Freedom of Information requests start out at a baseline of being free. It would also further restrict them in a variety of ways, and I encourage you to check out the reporting of my colleagues at Crikey about this, and as well across the media, because I think that I've been on for 3 hours. It's time for me to pop off about the Australian media. I feel like we could be more collegiate. I feel like there's not always a lot of solidarity in Australian media, considering we're all in the same boat, so to speak. But what I have been, I've been pleasantly surprised, and I have been, I'm very happy to see that these changes have been critically reported on, because I do think that they have the potential to really, weaken the system, but also, I think that the flow-on effect will be less trust in government. Look, I'm not the Prime Minister. I'm not I don't even work in the government, and maybe I'm wrong. But I think that in a time when people trust governments, institutions less than ever, doing more to explain what you do, to tell people how government works, all the kind of every time you speak to someone in the government, you're always like, and this public servant staffers, you always understand it is a tough job, and there's a lot of things that they have to handle that we probably don't think about. So there's my sympathy for any staffers and public servants watching. So I get it. I think explaining that is something that will go a long way to help people understand that, a lot of, I dare say the vast majority of people in government have really good intentions. It's just trying to help understand exactly what's going on. And so I believe that being more secret is not going to help, actually. I think it's going to hurt. And, the government has said, hey, we've got a problem with foreign actors, with AI bots, overrunning the system. And I have, questions. I have questions about that. But importantly, I think that, if you feel like the system is not running well, I'm not sure the answer is necessarily to restrict it. Maybe the answer is to give it more resources. I think that, and I would like to see that, but that's not what the government's proposed. It doesn't look like these reforms will necessarily get up. Doesn't seem like they have any support, but you never know. And so the point of this was to say, hey, let's file as many FOIs as we can while the system remains the system that works for us now. And also maybe in the time we can explain to people how the system works. As you've probably gathered, if you've spent any time here at all, I'm not a particularly adept FOI person. I'm not a genius by any means. I just, I'm just a sticky beak. And I think that, if I can do this stuff, anyone can do it. And I want to show how easy it is to do it, so that maybe you do it and you learn the tips and tricks, so that you can then go find out things as well and share it with everyone. So thank you for joining us. We're still going. I'm not finishing anytime soon. So if you are, it's Friday afternoon. What else are you doing? Why wouldn't you just join and listen to a man babble about freedom of information, sticky nose into places that he has no knowledge about? Mostly so that we can experiment. I can share the little tips that I have. We're getting people in the chat who are sharing tips as well. So I'm very grateful for everyone who's helped out with their advice. And, we're all learning together. And so let's file a few more FOIs. Okay. So as I mentioned before, I put a call out to people's what things they want to know about the government. And now what I'm doing is I am in my head and in front of you guys. I'm trying to make them into things that we can find out, and to re-go over my very basic principles. Cam's Guide to FOIs is that the more specific you can be, the better. And by that I mean the documents you're looking for, the times, all those kinds of things, and also even the scope. Tighter generally is better because it's quicker. But also imagining, FOI is, as I think I said before, is a way of life. It's just it's a constant process. I don't see it as being I want to know something, so I put an FOI now. I see it as a constant process of finding out more and more and more, exploring just little bits of information, tidbits that I can ask a bit more about and understand a little bit more, and using that all together to gain more knowledge about how it all works. So, you use an FOI to find out something that you use for another FOI, like a pinwheel. You're always thinking about it. You see someone say something, you see something reported, you see the government say something, you hear a minister say something, you say, that's interesting, and you put it away in your head, and you use it to request something. So that's what we're doing. So thank you for joining us. Keep going. Ben Fairless from Open Australia has left. He runs the Right to Know website, which is a really great resource. Let me just quickly pull it up again. I'm sending all these FOIs via email. It's a very thing to do, but an even easier thing to do is use the Right to Know website, which is run by Open Australia. It's got a free thing where you can it helps you do FOI requests. You can donate to it, or you can pay for an account, which also gives you more features and also lets you do it privately. I recommend all of this. It's very cheap considering, and it'll probably save you money in terms of being able to do it. Okay. Let us do a few more FOIs. So I'm looking at them. I don't have it in front of you all. Sorry, I guess I'm not doing radical transparency, but mostly to save people's identities because people have shared stuff with me, and I don't want to reveal their email addresses and all those kinds of things, but I'm trying to show ones that work. Okie dokie. I am... let's see. A grant acquittal. That's interesting. So here's something, a very specific one, but let's we're almost 3 hours in. Let's do this. Let's really get into it. Let's see, who has suggested this? Anastasia. Thank you, Anastasia, for this email. Anastasia has said she would like to know about, I would like to see a grant acquittal for the Digital Transformation Australia. They registered as a business in 2024 and immediately received $5 million in the AI Adopt program grants. There's no website or any information about them anywhere. The other grant recipients also didn't seem to use their grant funding for much, but these guys just totally disappeared. The National AI Centre funding is significant, but there seems to be limited oversights or outcomes and a lot of money going to tech consultants rather than Australian businesses. Again, that is just what has been said to me. So, I'm not saying that's true. I should probably say that because of Australia's defamation laws. But let us look into something that we haven't looked into so far, which is tenders. Tenders.gov.au. Oh no, I can see the conspiracy heads in the chat asking about the list of 28. Trust me, I've asked a lot of times. For those people not familiar, that is something in my book, Conspiracy Nation, which came out recently. Without plug. The life of an author is to hustle. Read books. Actually, don't even read books. Read my book. No. Read books. Okay, so as you can see in front of you, I put up a website called OzTender. This is quite a cool thing, and it's another very similar semi-opaque. It's the opposite of opaque. It has heaps of information, but not super easy to understand. Comes with somewhat of a learning curve, but this is where you're supposed to get all informations on a certain amount of or certain types of contracts that are signed by the government. It's supposed to be a way of understanding government spending and being accountable. So I am not familiar with this organisation, but it's called Digital Transformation Australia, and so you can search to see. I think. Well, there's actually a grant, so it actually might not be in this. So tenders is for you are providing a service. So the Federal Cannabis Agency needs someone to buy more costumes, and so as a result, I'll put out a tender being who can give me some costumes at competitive prices? And then there is actually a different grant system. Let's see, grant. Called Grant Connect. So sounds like someone's name. So Grant Connect, it is said, was awarded a $5.5 million grant to support them to do, as you can see, small to medium enterprises that adopt and robotics responsibly. So a very simple thing you can kind of do is you can just you can just ask for information about a grant. So let us go to, so we can see it's in the Department of Industry. So I can go to my Department of FOI Industry. I'm going to get up my little FOI template. And then I'm going to go back and find out, where was that grant? Yeah, here we go. What's the name of it? See, grant ID there. So again, this is an example of a very, very specific thing. The grant was given. We even have like a grant ID number. And then we can use informations, we can use that to really guide us to understand the information around it, sought by the government, provided to the government, that will help us understand it. So, for example, so I'm going to put in August. Let's see. So, Will suggested doing it around the decision. I think that the request was actually not just about the request, but about the acquittal. The idea is that it may not has actually been done. So think about like understanding how government works. Again, I'm by no means an expert on it, but as a general principle, you give out a grant, and then there is often like a kind of, I guess not like a reconciliation process, but it's a process to be like, we gave you money, can you please report on how you spent it? So, for example, I think we can kind of get, let's see, I think you can kind of get a grant agreement. So let's go, all documents, so grant agreement or contract documents relating to that would likely, so think if you have a grant someone, you could sign something, contract or whatever, so that would be the thing. And then I think I'm trying to think like what would you kind of get, like what info could you get afterwards? Like what version, maybe we can Google it. Can you get about how a grant was used? So maybe I should search here. I'm literally going to do this. Government documents about how a grant was used, just to kind of like grant process. This is not the same thing, but you'll often like it'll give you a kind of understanding. So here you go. This is where it kind of comes into being like a big fat nerd who like looks at how all these processes work and understand that when you're in a process, that means you very likely have steps of a process that you would have documents and information that you would be able to obtain that would tell you the story that you want to know. Because, the supposition from, I think it was Anastasia, was like, this money was given, I don't know how it was used. You can kind of be like, well, if we can look at reporting, perhaps if there's even no reporting afterwards, then that might tell us exactly what was, what, at the very least, what the government knows about how this grant was used. So, let's see. I'm looking through this. Key steps. Evaluation. It might be evaluation. Let's see. Okay, so I'm going to say, why don't we just say, go back to this. And all and all documents about the progress and status of this grant once it was given, including like I think it's like a acquittal report if submitted. So again, I'm kind of using vague terms that I hope that our good friends at the Department of Industry will understand, but I think that's probably pretty legit. Okay, cool. So just again, let's review on what happened. So Anastasia asked, I want to find out what exactly happened with this company that was given a grant. I went to Grant Connect. I found out the information of the grant. That's really going to help us. And an important thing, like again, some basic logic, detective work, reading comprehension. The grant term runs until 2027. It was only started halfway through last year. So it's pretty unlikely there would be any acquittal report. I'll leave that in there. I don't think it's going to ruin everything, but I hope this will capture some information about it. So, time to send. Woohoo! Okay. Got to update our count. Oh, 12. Wow. Proving all the haters wrong. Okay, so I am going to let's look at these ones here. Okay, I am going to there is something about I'm going to try something sneaky about NAC after this, and I'm going to try and see if we can get some interesting information. And I'm going to try and show you how, even when you might not be able to get a specific content of a document, merely finding out about documents in the presence of them is something that you can do that will often tell a story. So with that exciting sizzle, I'm going to say, I'm going to add one more word, corruption. With that exciting sizzle, I'm going to take a 5-minute break and then I will be back. So I will see you very soon. Okay, I'm back. Hello, it's me. This is my final form. What you're looking at is these are the Dyson headphones. They come with an air purifier. Because it's getting hot in here. You know, we've been filing some FOI requests. You know, making our way through a lot of kind of lack of transparency. Oh my god, I'm struggling. Can't even speak. Okay, hello. If you're just joining now, I'm so sorry. My name is Cam Wilson. I am a reporter with Crikey.com.au. I am doing I'm filing a lot of FOIs, and the reason is because I think people should know. Oh, you got a notice of a decision. That is so exciting. Oh my god, some news on air. Sorry, let me quickly explain what I'm doing. My name is Cam Wilson. I'm a reporter. I'm filing a lot of FOIs. People submitted the FOIs, and they gave me ideas, things they want to FOI. I said I would love to FOI them, and so I am doing that. And why I am doing that is because the government is considering reforming Australia's FOI laws. I think that they should be strong. I think that we should have the ability to get more information. But the government has said, hey, we actually want to get less information. So, because they say that the system is being currently, being used by foreign adversaries, being abused by chatbots, they don't like that. I say, okay, but I still would like to know about what it. I still would like to know exactly what is kind of is going on. So I'm for it. I want to help people understand the system. I want to help people use the system as it is right now. That's why I've asked for a heap of ideas. And finally, I would say that it's not actually that hard. Like, I'm an idiot. I'm wearing a Black Panther outfit and a very ill-fated piece of technology that combines headphones with an air purifier. Understandably, it looks crazy, but I can do it, so you can as well. Now, as people have noted in the chat, you can actually see, I believe I've done this on air, I'm a deranged person. I've received a decision back, and you know what? I'm just going to read it live on air. What's the worst thing that can happen? Okay, so as you can see right now, and by the way, TGIF, I have a beer, we're doing it. Yeah, to freedom of information requests. Excuse me, I'm here. Okay, where was I? Sorry, air purifier, staying on. I've received a freedom of information request back from the Treasury about something. Now, I'm pretty sure, sorry, I'm getting a message from my boss. I just want to make sure that I haven't been fired or anything. Okay, here we go. I received something back. So, this is great. This is a learning experience. So, when you file an FOI request, eventually you will get a decision. That decision will typically include a letter explaining what they have done, and it will also typically include, not typically, but it can include some documents, because that's what you're there for. That is what I have been here for, and so let's quickly have a look at what I asked for. So, back in August, I asked for documents, emails, meeting notes, agendas, blah, 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 all these things between the Secretary of Treasury, Jenny Wilkinson, and OpenAI. And so the Treasury has identified one document, and I've decided to release it in part, and it is attached. Now, I'm going to go to the document in a second. Please stay with me here. You're getting live on air breaking news about a revealed freedom of information request. But allow me to use your anticipation to just quickly feed you some vegetables, as well as, I'm going to give you, a learning experience, and then we can see if there's anything good there. And for all we know, there's an enormous scoop in here, and you guys will be first to see it. But I just want to show you, this stuff actually is like the Rosetta Stone for understanding freedom of information requests. And you'll be getting, so when you start doing FOI requests, you'll be like, oh, everyone's saying, no, I'm not asking the right thing, blah, 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 blah. A really important thing to do is to read why your requests are being rejected, because they have to give reasons, and you can use that information to guide future requests, whether it's to refine your request, to find out things that you're not allowed to ask, all kinds of things. So I've been given one document. As you can see, it says the name and direct number of a government employee has been removed, and your request said that it could be removed. So, for real heads who've been here for like 3 hours, will remember that I have a template which is which is pinned in the chat, which has a number of things that I say when you consider my request, do blah blah blah. One of the things is I don't need to know like my first year grad's phone number. So, sorry to them, it's not that important to me. They also have to consider privacy, and then they consider personal privacy. And as you can kind of see here, an important part is section of the Act, blah blah blah. A document, even if a document is conditionally exempt, so there are types of things that they say can be exempt, but it must be disclosed unless access to the document at that time, on balance, would be contrary to public interest. So that's what I was talking about before. Like, when you make a request, it's actually worth just pointing in there that, like, there is a point. Like, I'm doing this because I care about this topic, and this topic is in the public interest. So, like, by saying, I say I'm a journalist, and I also say I'm doing this in the public interest, maybe you have a different case, but there is actually a value in saying, not just, I want this document, here's what it is. It's also about saying, giving at least a little bit of information about why I want it, because that will actually help you get access to more things. Sorry, I'm making the computer shake. Okay. And then, so in the decision maker, which is the COO of the Treasury, although, I mean, let's be honest, most of this decision was not actually made by them, but including them, I consider the release of this document would promote the objects of the Act, and in this case, I see no public interest to release this information, so I have therefore decided that the document is exempt, blah, 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 blah. So, we now find out that one of my documents was not given. Now, here's the final thing. I haven't spoken about this, and then I will, I'll get to the goods. Sorry for stalling. But a really important part of freedom of information requests is the idea that there are several levels of review. You put in a request, and if you think about it, an FOI officer, a department, has to make a judgment call. And all of these judgments, they're guidelines, but of course, with anything like this, they are fundamentally subjective. There may be different reasons why people think certain things. And so if you believe that the law has been applied wrongly, if you think that someone has balanced certain factors in the FOI Act incorrectly, you actually can appeal it. And I wouldn't say do it all the time, because I don't think that's fair. I don't think appealing things that you know are a slam dunk. Like, you should read the reasons, you should think about it yourself, and if you're like, that doesn't actually seem legitimate, then don't waste people's time. But I have had a lot of success in saying, in making those kind of, qualitative arguments, being like, I actually think this is in the public interest. I want to know about whatever you're saying, because, there's no harm. You make a request, and the two kinds of requests are, firstly, there's the possibility for an internal review, which means someone else in the department reviews the decision. And the second one is by the Information Commissioner's Office. This is probably telling myself a little bit. I've actually never made it through a request to the Information Commissioner's Office. They're quite long. There's a huge backlog. I'm not saying it's not worthwhile, but at the same time, life is short. I'm not saying don't do it, but I wouldn't hold your breath when you do it. But I have had some success requesting that people. I've had success doing the internal reviews. Okay, enough foreplay. So the FOI request that I did was I read it was reported in the media. I think it was first reported by a friend of mine, Kishore, potentially other people, that a bunch of public servants met with OpenAI's chief economist. And so, I'm laughing because I've seen what this is. I FOI'd all the various different public servants department because I wanted to know what did OpenAI say to get them come along? Was there any other discussions internally? What do they feel? Anything that might say that tell us about this relationship where OpenAI, this big, new, emergent tech giant,
is trying to lobby Australian government. Actually, a week or two back, broke the story that OpenAI had its first Australian government contract. This was obviously around the same time, so it's interesting to see what's going on. And as you can see, we've received one email, and again, real ones who've been around for ages. Remember at the start I said, one of the things that I do is I say, if you have an email, like a reply chain, I only need the one document that has all of the replies in it. In this case, I got the first email, which was, I've actually already got through another department, that is from someone from OpenAI, as you can kind of see down the bottom, inviting the Secretary of Treasury to a dinner. We can see this information, and then the executive assistant to Jenny said, thank you, she's right to go. And then, I mean, interestingly, I mean, again, there's always something like interesting in this, which is that you can see OpenAI sent the initial email, Treasury responded, and then the lobbyists who represent OpenAI were the ones who replied afterwards. So I've actually already reported all this. So if you've been reading Crikey's Tips and Murmurs column, you've actually already seen that exact invitation. It was a story broken by someone else, so credit to them, but I was like, I can find out more information. What I got out of it wasn't like super revelatory, but it was kind of interesting. So we can kind of see the relationship between, these companies, the lobbyists, the company, the department. Nothing too crazy. As you can kind of see, there's plenty of redactions, but the things that are redacted are not that useful, but it does give you a sense. How are these people talking in private? What are their relationships? Who actually has other people's emails is actually very important. So that is the kind of stuff that you can piece together. And I got this back, and I got it through a few ways, but I obtained this specific email because I knew that there was an event, and I used that to be like, what kind of documents would be made around that event? In this case, there's probably an email inviting, there's probably people inside the department just discussing themselves, being like, oh, should I go? Should I not? I guess I can break the news that the Secretary of Treasury does not have any dietary requirements, so that's now on the record. So breaking news here. But as you can see, like not every FOI request is going to change the world, but if I hadn't done that other one, I would have known this, and there is some interesting stuff in there. So that's the kind of thing, if you are someone who wants to do freedom of information requests, always just be thinking when something happens, is there a government body that would have some kind of record about it? Like, what would they have created about that? And you can use that to get information. But yeah, as I can see from the chat, actually, I shouldn't take it for granted that other people hadn't read that OpenAI, their chief economist, held a dinner for top public servants. That story was broken by someone else, but it's an example about how these companies are able to get access to some of Australia's most powerful people and decision makers. So there you go. There's a bit of like FOI in action. So it is 4:23. Sorry, excuse me. I'm just gonna have another. I don't know if you can hear me. I actually not used these headphones before. I don't know how good their microphones are. Delightful. Someone asked me what beer it is. It's from Yuli's. It's a hazy pale ale. So not sponsored. Just quite afternoon enjoying. Okay. So Will in the chat points out a good point, which is that sorry, I'm laughing. Some things are redacted in FOIs that you can just like figure out by Googling. You can look like, for example, that request had that person's full title. You can Google it and figure out who they are. So again, in the defense world, they call this like mosaic intelligence, like this idea that you're always just looking to piece little bits of information together to find out more about the world. FOI can give you one of those things. For example, we know that this lobbying group is representing OpenAI, and then we can also figure out who it is, and then we contact the person. And I did actually, I emailed that person to say, when I originally had this, because I had another FOI request that came back with very similar documents, I said, hey, what's your involvement with them? And I think I got a no comment, but that's how you find out more about the world. CJane O'Knight, I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing that in the correct way, said, what is your percentage of FOIs that come back with something worthy for a story? It's a great question. I reckon probably 50%, which is a really good hit rate. Like, I mean, that being said, like, it depends on, I mean, how desperate you are for a story, how much you really need to get something, what you're going to get. I usually think, like, the reason that I tend to think do a lot, and maybe more than some other people, is that I think often just even the color of understanding these things is kind of interesting to people. I think, like, you know, fundamentally, like, my theory of, like, journalism is, like, yes, I'm, like, finding out new things, and, like, there's a literal, like, basis of, like, you know, there's literally just, like, a, you know, like, information is important, people make decisions on it, but also there's just an aspect of, like, understanding, like, you know, the kind of qualitative, like, understanding of the world. And so, you know, like, for example, that email that I just showed that I had actually already published in another Crikey article, I didn't think it was super revelatory in terms of the bare, like, core information about, you know, what had happened. Like, in fact, as I mentioned, someone else had actually reported that didn't happen. So I went, hey, I'm going to see what else I can find out about it. But I do think that, like, you know, just by seeing the language, seeing the interactions, it helps you understand how all these systems are working. I think that's valuable. I think people also just like that. Like, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, like, news is still, it's a business, it's a form of entertainment. Like, people at Crikey, subscribe to Crikey, and I think a lot of people just like finding out about the world. They like, we're all nosy. We like reading emails. We like reading things that people think is private. And, like, you know, you always have to balance that, of course, against public interest, being like, well, what's the actual point of it? I don't want to be salacious, and obviously now that was. But I think that there is, people like knowing things. They like understanding it more than just, and I like being shown it. Like, I like being able to be like, here is the email that someone used to get them to a meeting. Because people go, oh, they pick up little things like, oh, that little twist of language, or they refer to them so, you know, casually, that kind of thing. So, yeah. Anyway, we gotta file some FOIs. But I hope you enjoyed hearing about that. Okay. I feel like I feel like I've lost my footing a bit. I should actually probably, because I've been chatting so long, but I should reintroduce myself. Hello. My name is Cam Wilson. This is the 4th hour that I've been filing FOIs on stream. Thank you, everyone who's joined. I hope you're having a good time. Hope you're learning something. I am going to do a few more FOI requests, and I think I'm going to then call it a day. But I think we can fit a few more in there. If you have any questions, anything you'd like to know about how FOIs work, I can try and answer. If there's anything you want to know about the government, I can try and ask. And, you know, really just whatever you want to know. I'm here to help. I'm at your fingertips for the next at least half an hour. So, okay, next thing. So this is a bit cheeky. So, Lawrence. Hi, Lawrence. Lawrence asked, internal correspondence between, I actually misunderstood this. Like, internal correspondence between Mr. Dutton and Mr. Albanese and NAP. I actually had read that as being any internal correspondence between Albanese and either Albanese and Dutton and NAP. Now, I'm not sure what we'll be able to get over the line in terms of being disclosed, but I do have a little cheeky idea, which is I wanted to tell you about another little strategy I have that can help you find out about government documents a little bit, even sometimes when there are things that you're not supposed to find out about via the FOI system. And that is sometimes the fact that a document exists is in itself interesting. So, you know, like, I'm not sure, and it's worth asking, can we get, like, any correspondence between NAC and the Prime Minister's office? There would, I can't imagine that would be freely available. It's worth a try. But the really interesting thing that you can do is, even if you don't get that actual, like, even if you don't get emails from Albo being like, send them all to jail or whatever, like, you know, the smoking gun, the fact that there might be some documents that exist is in itself interesting. So what I'm going to do is, and this is my cheeky little hack, is I'm going to get up my little. Okay, so I'm going to request. I'm going to send this to NAC, our good friends at NAC. Oh, yep, and I'm going to request a list of emails received. Oh, that's not how you spell received. From the email domain at pm.gov.au between when did NAC start? 1 July, between 1 July 2023 and the present. That includes let's say including metadata such as date, sender, recipient, and subject. Okay, so just to talk through what I've done there, this is a very, very preliminary and in itself perhaps not that insightful request, but it might lead us onto something. But what I've asked for there is so what I've asked for is, I'm not asking for the I'm trying to make it explicit. Please note, I am not asking for the subjects of the contents of these emails. So let me tell you why I'm doing this, and this might be an insane thing that I've done, but I've designed this that is in some ways quite narrow. Because think about it, if I ask for every email sent between the PM's office and NAC, that would take so long. There'd be so many things that would be redacted. It would take a long time. I would have to fight so much. It would be too voluminous. Instead, what I'm doing is I'm doing an initial, a little bit of reconnaissance. I'm asking for emails, just all I want is literally the subject, yes, like I said there, the subject, date, sender, recipient, and subject, because those, I think, give you a really interesting initial understanding of what is going on. It will only be a very, very small part of the story, but it is part of the story that you can then use to guide further requests. So by doing this, in one way, is very narrow, but that is so it can be very wide in the other way. And my hope is that by doing this, I'm probably not going to find out something super interesting for sure from this, but I hope that it can help me then find out something more solid in the future. So again, this is a very weird one. And as you know, as well, I've said the email domain pm.gov.au, this is something that you can kind of use to, again, thinking about how an FOI officer might ask these requests, might try to do these requests. They probably have to get access to the PM email server and search these. And so by being very specific, rather than being Prime Minister staff or something, I'm giving a very specific demand that I think is easy to follow in on, that will likely, if you think about it, that is a specific way to find out correspondence from anyone, hopefully, for the Prime Minister's office. So we will see. But that's my little advanced approach to freedom of information. Start to think about different ways that you can find out things that are interesting, that will make you easier to get the request back, but also, have something of substance. So we're sent. Beautiful. Oh my god. It's hot in that thing. It's supposed to be. Thank you. How are we all doing? Good this Friday afternoon? Oh, My God, it's quite warm in this suit. Oh, it's got muscles, by the way. Have you seen this? Excuse me. Okay. So, I almost forgot to update the counter. Here we go. Beautiful. Okay, 13. Lucky 13. Okie dokie. So, I'm going to go back over to my list of potential FOIs. Oh. Okay. Oh, I don't know how we do that. Oh, that's a banger. Okay. So I have a question from Curious, who's asked something very simple. I'm going to put it on the screen so you can all see. Radio. Curious asks, oh, excuse me. Okie dokie. Let's try again. Curious has asked for documents relating to the cost of maintaining a tax-funded ambassador and embassy to the Vatican/Holy See for the last financial year. It's a banger. I presume that would be DFAT. So let me just lob that one in pretty quickly. Is Crikey keeping you in a prison? No, this is my own house. This is my house. This is where I live, my home, and I have been. I get the dungeon. That's my working space. So welcome to my FOI dungeon. Thomas Students, can you do a Bane voice, please? I'm not going to embarrass myself any further, but all I will say is that no one cared about my freedom of information requests until I put on the mask. Okay, where was I? DFAT. Let's just smash them out. We gotta. I think. Let's see. I'm just gonna. Okay, let's see. Sorry, let me just give me one more eye on my emails too. Okay, so I'm just trying to think. So a request like this would probably be the cost for the of maintaining of running, let's say a actually might say budget. I don't know if you say budget because I don't want I'm sure they have like grants and outreach programs, etc. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna say, why don't we just say the budget? Let's get the I wonder if you can do. I actually don't know if you can do this. Let's get the budget for the. No, sorry, I'm sorry. The cost of staffing, rental, and other expenditure for maintaining Australia. Wait, do we have? Is it Holy See Embassy? Do we have an embassy? Yeah, we do. So, and we have a. Sorry, I feel. One of the things about like looking up stuff like this is you give off real dumb guy energy. You've got to be like, do we have an embassy there? Is it a consulate? Okay, yeah. For the Australia's embassy to the Holy See for the financial year 2020. Oh, I'm getting loopy now. 2024, 2025. Oh, 2045. No, thank you. Oh, and this thing is hot. Wait, I'm supposed to press a button. It's supposed to like air purified, but where's the fan? I've actually never worn this for more than like 2 minutes as a gag before, so I hope you're. Oh. Okay. Anyway, sorry. You're not here to watch me adjust my mask. Okay. I think that's it. We're good. Let's not overcomplicate things. Let's just do it. Woo! Another FOI filed. 14. Woohoo! Okay. How many can we get done in a short amount of time? Folks, we're on the final countdown. Thank you, everyone who's been enjoying this so far. We're approaching the end. I'm probably going to call it at 5 p.m. So let's see how many we can do. Oh, this is a cheeky one, but I don't know who this would be by. Who would okay, so here's the request. I don't know how this would work. Let me share it with you, perhaps. I think it might be Department of Parliamentary Services. So the request that someone has asked is they want to know about the records of snack, food, and beverages purchases made by ministerial department officers of the Department of the last 12 months. So Parliamentary Services would probably do like tea and stuff. So let me explain. There is a Department of Parliamentary Services that runs Parliament House and all those kinds of things. And it is exempt from FOI, if my memory is correct. But I wonder if the Department of Finance, let's see, the Department of Finance also runs a lot of what MP's expenses. Department of Finance, let's say parliamentarian amenities. Maybe I just say food. But services. Oh, electoral, maybe office resources? What do things like? Electricity, food. See, this is, again, example, just like looking something up to see if you can figure something out. Tea. Coffee. Let's see. Who pays for tea and coffee in MP offices? We are really, tea. Let's see, annual expenses. Oh, that's an interesting one though. Okay, I am going to. Okay, I'm sorry to a dear questioner because I'm going to do something a little bit different. I'm going to ask. I want to say I want to find out how much we spent on flags and let's see. Oh, I'm getting really hot on this. I'm putting myself through a lot of pain. Nationhood material. Okay, this is what we're gonna cook. I want to know how much we spent on portraits in each of the last 3 financial years. So I'm gonna go to FOI at finance. Now I'm just having fun. I want to ask finance. The amount of office expenses claimed by MPs in the past 3 full financial years specifically for and also, why don't I ask for flags as well? For for and let's say flags, and then anything else we want to get from there. Okay, that's it. We'll go over just those two. Okay, let's find out how much MPs have claimed for portraits of the British monarchy and flags. Done. That's a fun one. Okay, we're up to 15. We're going through. 15 minutes of power. Here we go. Last little bit. Oh my god, I'm really overheating, but no pain, no gain. Okay, everyone, we're almost at the end of the day. Okay. Excuse me. How are we all going? Good. Okay. I want to know. I'm looking at the requests that have been. Sorry, let me remind you. Hello, everyone. It's Cam Wilson here. We're in the final 15 minutes of the stream, seeing how many we can do. It's a little less than I expected, but that's fine. We're having fun. I'm looking at suggestions that people have made to me for things that we should file, and I'm trying to turn them into FOI requests and teach you along the way. I am looking for... oh, that's an interesting one. Okay. So, someone has asked. Let me share this with you. Who's asked? Nobody. Thank you, nobody, for the suggestion. Nobody has asked. Nobody has asked. There we go. Beautiful. Nobody says, I'm hearing reports of Snowy Hydro 2.0 physical accident and injury rates that are extraordinarily high, with 3,000 to 4,000 presentations a year. I would like a detailed breakdown of what those presentations are classified as, and where they are as serious copies of investigations, noting that they claim of thuggery occurring on site with hints of CFMU involvement. All of this, by the way, as I have repeatedly said, is I'm not reporting, I'm not endorsing, just saying this was said to me. But let's find out. You know what? Let's get to the bottom of this together. Okay. So first of all, there is a Snowy Hydro organization, isn't there? Snowy. I'll be honest. Out of all the things out of all the things that I have a blind spot on, I believe that I'll be honest. The Snowy Hydro scheme is one of them, and I'm sorry if that shattered your You're saying it might be a state government thing. Let's see. Oh, look at that. Sorry, I'm just looking at something. This is very conspiratorial. The Snowy Hydro Cloud Seeding Act. Wake up, sheeple. Okay, sorry. No. Okay. Okay, yeah. Great question. Snowy Hydro. Let's just talk about accidents and see who's actually... Has anyone reported it? Okay, so here we go. Looking at a news report. Construction workers injured, blah, blah, blah. Very sad. Sorry, I don't mean to downplay it. Just is true. Yeah, it does look like a state thing. I'm not as familiar with that, so we might have to move on. But, oh my god. Okay, we might move on. Oh, no, I'm getting a clicking in my ears. Keep going. Okay, okay, I'm looking through other suggestions. We're trying to get a few more low-hanging fruit done before... Oh, I love this one. Hello, Christine. Thank you so much for the suggestion. And the suggestion is... Sorry, I shouldn't have read out your full name, but thank you. Sorry. Everyone, please forget that. Oh my god, I'm losing the plot. Okay. All submissions and records of meetings with industry related to Department of Health's feasibility study on the options to limit unhealthy food marketing to children. I'm interested in lobbying, etc., etc. Okay, so first of all, let us have a look to see Department of Health feasibility. I don't think it would be called unhealthy food marketing, but perhaps. Let's find out what the actual thing is called. Oh, it is. Good. Okay, so here we go. This is the document we're looking for. Consultate. This is the feasibility study. So it was done by an external group. So it might actually just say who they spoke to. Consultation. Okay. I can't see if this is. It doesn't just say who's consulted. I don't know. It's an interesting one. I don't have any suggestions. Perhaps it was organized by TGIFOI Fridays. I agree. Oh, it was a public consultation. Okay, I think we can just lob this one in because I think there must have been some further consultation there. So I'm going to go back to my trusty emails. I'm going to put in my template. I'm going to put in Department of Health because then I've already got them here. And then I'm going to say a list of organizations and individuals consulted as part of the. I'm going to get public consultation on the. And what year was it released in, just so I can be specific. It's about that. 2024. Okay, easy. You guys all know how to do this now. I feel like it's embarrassing. You guys don't know how to do this better than me. I can't believe there are still 40 people, roughly, who are here. What a bizarre thing. I hope you've had a really nice time. I have to say, I'm enjoying this. I'm finding it mildly exhausting. But I am enjoying it. Okay. Okay. I've got one from Jose, I believe. A very specific one. The digital. Here, let me share it with you guys first. This is my neck of the woods. Tech. We love a bit of tech. The Digital Transformation Agency conducted in 2024 a mapping of AI systems used by the federal government. I would like access to the outputs of that system. Yes, CJ No Night. Yes. Sorry for those people who can't see. I'm shouting out because in the comments someone has said, I've never submitted an FOI before, and now I want to try, and I just want to. That's it. You can do it. It's as simple as just sending an email. As you can see, anyone can do it. Even a man wearing a bizarre Bane-like thing on his face and a children's costume. Actually, I think there's an adult's costume, but it's a comic book thing. I've been going way too long. Probably irreparably damaged my reputation by appearing in front of people this long. But for those of you who are still here, the true believers, the fans, the friends, thank you for your support. Okay, let's talk about what we're talking about. What is DTA? I'm going to type in dta.gov.au, mapping, AI systems. Let's see what we're cooking. Here, it was in 2024. Mapping. Oh my! So this is what. Okay, I actually had no idea about this, but Ben Fairless from the Open Australia, which runs Right to Know, which I'd referenced before. If you're not familiar, it is the website. Let me show it to you now. The website that makes it easy to file FOI requests. So if you want to file your first FOI request, that's a very fun and easy place to start. But one thing that he had mentioned was that every department has to give out a list of files. We could look at these files. This is actually, wow, I'm learning on stream because I had no idea about this. Why don't we just ask for one of these files? I'm going to do that. Okay, I want to know, what do I want? I want one of these things. Is there a map? What have I bought? 2024, new policy development. So look at this, we can have any of these. It feels like we're a kid in a candy store. What a crazy time to be writing an AI policy. I feel like you'd have to write it every 6 months, which appears to be the case. What's AI assurance? That's interesting. Interesting. Okay. Okay, let's look up, sorry, I'm going to look up dta.gov.au, map AI systems. We're not quite getting what we're looking for. I don't know if you guys can hear the music in the background, but I am humming to something. I'm not just humming like a madman by myself. Oh my god, we are so close to being done. This might be our last one, but we have to find it. We can't go out on a low. We have to finish on a. I can't find exactly what he's talking about. Let's go Digital Transformation Agency Map AI in 2024. Maybe it was referred to in here. Map. Hold on, Copilot. That's not what we want. Hi Tom. This is just me going through FOI madness. This is. We can't. We have. I refuse to leave without filing one more request. Okay. Maybe the 2024 implementation plan. No, that's not it. Okay. We might need to just let this one go through the keeper, but we have to finish. I refuse to finish without finding one more request. We're in this together, team. I'm physically stuck here until I file one more. So please join me in filing a request. Okay, we're going into the next one. Going to finish on a high. Okay. Oh, that's an interesting one. Let's go freedom of information. Okay, here's a good one to finish on, and this has been sent in by Michelle. So Michelle, thank you so much for this. This is exactly what we like to see. This is a request. It's specific. It's newsworthy, and it's something that I don't think has been done. So the Michelle would like to see the documents from the National Gallery of Australia from 2024 and 2025 pertaining to the censorship and covering up of the Palestinian flag in an artwork from the Savage Club exhibition, including but not limited to correspondence between board members, gallery staff, and all the artists. Easy as, let's find the nga.gov.au, FOI. Oh no, what's happening? Oh, okay, sure. Okay. How to make a request? FOI, beautiful. We'll go to the email. We will put in the template. Guys are doing it. This feels like the last bit. All documents regarding, and by the way, oh no, what have I done? Oh yeah. Here we go. FOI, Palestine, NGO. So we're just going to say all documents regarding sorry, let me put this on the main screen so you can see what I'm looking at. I'm reading a news article. I'm trying to figure out exactly how to limit this, because obviously we don't want all correspondence about it, because there would be a lot of correspondence that would be just about setting it up. So let's maybe ask at a high level. Okay, so I'm going to use this based off what this been reported to. Relating to a risk. What do we want? We want to have what do we call it? A security risk at the group show. Including correspondence with artists, staff, and board about the risk and response. Okay, that's it. We've done it. Beautiful. I'm sending it off, folks. We did it. We're done. Oh, can you still hear me? You got me. Well, it's been a really long time. Thank you so much, everyone, for who's stuck with me. I can't believe it. There's like, there's not many people here. I've had a spectacular time with you all. Thank you so much. I hope you have learned something from it. I hope you've enjoyed it. I really have. I hope you are inspired to. Oh, 17. That's exactly right. It's the counter. 17. Not quite what we thought we were going to get, but pretty good. Thank you for taking part. I did this for Crikey, where I work, which is a great organisation, is doing a lot of this stuff. We really care about transparency and government accountability. If you don't already read our stuff, you should. Thank you for them for letting me spend 4 hours on this. There'll be more that I'll do with the requests that have been handed in. I'm planning on filing more of them, perhaps a little bit faster when I'm not having to speak to you all at the same time. And also just telling you all how it goes. So stay tuned for that. Also stay tuned for what's going to happen with the proposed freedom of information requests. If you have any questions for me about this or anything else, always feel free to email me. Just Google my name to find it. But I hope that you learned something. Hope you understood a bit how this works. How journalists are just normal people. Actually, maybe I'm not that normal, but we are people. We're just trying to do this job, and how we try and do it. And it is like, I mean, look, so not usually as haphazard and all over the place as this, but it was a real pleasure to try and help people want to find out about things who may not have known any other way. Who knows what we'll find out? I will let you know, but even just getting through this is a lot of fun, so thank you. And I'm going to finish the stream, finish my beer, have a nice weekend, and I hope